A house does not first confess distress in a ledger. It confesses it in colder hearths, in wax saved too long, in a servant sent to answer the bell a little too late. By the time Brackenmere showed itself through the rain, I knew I was not coming to a merely untidy place. I was coming to a place that had been taught to look sound, while something underneath it was asked to starve. What Brackenmere owes. Chapter 1: Keys for a Stranger. By the time the hired chaise reached the last rise, the rain had found every weakness in it, mine included. I had wedged my carpetbag between my boots, and my account case beneath my knees, but neither precaution had kept the damp from them. The bag was wet along the seam. The leather straps of the case had darkened. My hem had absorbed half the road between Kendal and Brackenmere. I did not grudge the weather. Rain was an honest enemy. It declared itself at once, and did not trouble to flatter one before making one miserable. The house below us did both. Brackenmere stood above the lake in a long pale line, handsome enough from a distance to satisfy a stranger and tired enough, on a second glance, to interest me. One chimney gave less smoke than it ought. The gravel before the front steps had not been freshly raked after the morning carts. One shutter on the west side sat a fraction out of true. None of that would have mattered in a prosperous house. In a house pressed for money, each small neglect belonged to a larger sentence. The driver turned and shouted something about the lane flooding if we delayed. I took up my gloves, which were no drier than before, and told him I had eyes enough to know we had arrived. He laughed at that, perhaps because I did not look a woman likely to speak shortly to a man larger than herself. I had long since ceased to care what manner of woman I looked like in moments of work. A well-bred daughter with no fortune may preserve softness, if she pleases. A woman obliged to make herself useful cannot always afford it. The bell at Brackenmere sounded properly enough, but no one came at once. That, more than the wet stone steps or the green streaks beneath the balustrade, pleased me least. Delay at the door means either disorder or economy. In the first case, the house has forgotten itself. In the second, it remembers the cost of every movement too well. I was still deciding which I preferred when the door opened on a woman of about 50 with a severe cap, steady gray eyes, and the expression of one asked to receive an inconvenience without notice. She said, "Miss Val." There was caution in it, but not insolence. I liked her for that immediately. Yes. Her gaze moved over my cloak, my bonnet, the account case, then back to my face, where it rested one beat longer than politeness required. She had expected someone else. So, I suspected, had everyone in the house. She said, "I am Mrs. Finch, housekeeper here. We were informed that Mr. Vale's man would arrive this afternoon." "So he has," I replied, and then, because she had earned honesty more than most, I amended it. "Mr. Vale has sent me in his stead." That produced the smallest stillness between us. Not outrage. Not yet. Only calculation. Behind her, in the tiled hall, I saw what the front of the house had concealed. A runner had been turned and laid back down to spare the worn middle. The umbrella stand held 3 good sticks, and one with a cracked ferrule still kept in service. The tray for visiting cards had been polished on top and neglected at the rim. Somebody in this house understood appearance. Somebody had also begun making choices. Mrs. Finch stepped aside. "You had better come in before the lake decides to join us." That, too, I liked. The warmth in the hall was respectable rather than generous. A footman came belatedly to take my bag, though not the account case. He glanced at it, and then at me as if uncertain whether he ought to relieve me of it or apologize to it. I kept it. There are objects which answer questions before one has spoken a word. I had learned long ago that papers in a woman's own hand are safest when left in that woman's possession. Mrs. Finch led me toward the back of the hall rather than the principal staircase. "Sensible. My boots had marked the stone already," she said. "You have had a trying journey." "I have had a wet one. Trying remains to be seen." The ghost of a mouth twitched at that. "Mr. Locksley is in the morning room." "Then he is exactly where I should have expected him." She gave me a quicker look. "Should you? A man who intends to save a house rarely chooses the room with the best view. He chooses the room nearest the letters. That won me something. Not trust. Houses like this do not hand over trust to strangers on the strength of one sentence. But it won me a degree less resistance, which is often more useful. We had nearly reached a half-open door when a man's voice, level and impatient, said, "Those figures are from Harbury. They are a week too tidy to be believed. Not handsome. Not deep. Not any of the qualities foolish women are said to care for first." It was a useful voice. It had the habit of being obeyed, and none of the vanity of hearing itself command. Mrs. Finch tapped once and opened the door wider. "Miss Vale, sir." The gentleman at the escritoire rose at once, though not from gallantry. From surprise. He was taller than I had imagined from the letters and lean in the manner of a man who spent more time riding boundaries than standing before mirrors. His coat was dark and perfectly brushed, but one cuff showed a faint gray mark, as if he had turned pages before the fire without thinking of it. A sealed packet lay broken beside his hand. Another page, folded and refolded, had worn soft at the corners. He had been at work in earnest. That improved him in my eyes before he spoke. He looked first at my face, then at my bonnet ribbons dark with rain, then at the account case. By the time his gaze returned to my face, his manners had recovered and his opinion had not. He said, "Miss Vale. I had expected Mr. Vale's clerk, so I gathered." Mrs. Finch, wise woman, withdrew before she could be made a witness to what followed. For a moment only the rain sounded, soft at the panes and harder, where it struck the flagged terrace beyond. The room itself had been kept warmer than the hall, not by much. Enough to preserve paper, not to indulge comfort. A coal-saving house, then, but not yet a starved one. "You have had my uncle's accounts these 3 weeks," Mr. Locksley said. "Your employer wrote that he had formed a preliminary view, and would send a man able to inspect the books in person. He did. And instead he has sent you." There are men who ask such a question with laughter prepared behind it, as if a woman's competence were a private jest at which they would kindly permit her to join them. Mr. Locksley did not laugh. He looked dissatisfied in a clean, workmanlike fashion, like a man who had ordered tools and been given another set than the one listed. That oddly offended me less. "Yes," I said. "He has." His gaze dropped once more to the case in my hand. "Can you read an estate account, Miss Val?" I set the case on the nearest table and removed one glove finger by finger before answering. It is sometimes useful to make a man wait for the truth, provided one can do it without theatrics. I can read the account. Whether I shall approve of it is another matter. The rain moved in a harder sheet against the glass. Somewhere deeper in the house a door shut, then another, each sound carrying farther than it would have done in a house full of heat and traffic. Mr. Locksley's expression did not soften, but it changed. Not enough to call it respect, enough to call it attention, he said. "Very well. At last. You may dry yourself, Miss Vale. After that, you shall see the house before you see the books. If you mean to judge what can be cut, you may first learn what is being kept alive." That was not the speech of a fool, nor of a brute. It was, I suspected, the speech of a dangerous, sensible man. And those are the hardest sort to correct. Mr. Locksley did not ring for a servant. He took up a candlestick himself, though the afternoon was not yet so far gone that he required it, and said, "If you are equal to walking the house in wet shoes, Miss Vale, we may begin at once." I did not come to admire it from a chair. He said, "No. I begin to perceive that." He opened the door for me, not with softness but with dispatch, and led me out into the passage. The morning room had been chosen, I now saw, not merely for its nearness to the letters but because it lay at the center of several useful routes. From it one might reach the front hall, the steward's room, the family parlor, and the staircase without crossing the more ornamental parts of the house. A man who had to hold together a weakening estate would place himself where interruption could find him quickly. I noticed such things. It was the habit by which I earned my bread, and if the habit sometimes rendered me less agreeable than other women, I could not afford to mourn it. Mr. Locksley did not conduct me first toward the best rooms, as another gentleman might have done, eager that I should carry away a favorable impression. He took me instead along the service passage behind the breakfast parlor, where the boards were scrubbed clean, the walls had been repainted in patches, rather than all at once, and one of the sconces held a candle too short for handsome company, but too useful to waste. "You mean me to see the bones before the face," I said. "I mean you to see what costs money whether guests observe it or not." "That is nearly the same thing." His mouth shifted, though whether toward irritation or reluctant amusement I could not have said. We passed the still room first. It was in order, though not lavishly stocked. Shelves held jars of dried peel and rose hips, vinegar, lavender water, and carefully labeled powders. No one here was indulging in decorative abundance. Even so, I saw at once where false economy had already begun to bite. 2 larger jars stood half filled where they should have been replenished before Michaelmas. The linen laid over a tray of cooling herbs had been mended twice at the edge and turned once already to preserve its best side. Mrs. Finch met us there, as if she had judged precisely where our route would take us, and meant to ensure the house had at least one witness in every contested place. She said, "Jam stores are down," to Mr. Locksley without preamble. "If the second orchard lot is sold off this winter, they will be worse next year." He gave the smallest sign that he had heard her, and no sign at all that he liked hearing it before me. "I have not sold anything yet," she said. "No. Not yet." I looked between them and said nothing. There are households where speech is spent as freely as candles. In better ones, one learns much from what is withheld. Mr. Locksley showed me the dairy, the linen room, the gun room, though I had no use for the last, and then the schoolroom long since closed, where 2 cracked slates still leaned behind a press as if no one had the heart to throw them away. Everywhere the same pattern repeated itself. Nothing ruinous. Nothing dramatic. Merely 100 small bargains struck against decline. A stair carpet re-laid to spare the center. Curtains turned and re-hemmed. A silver warmer kept though its mate had been sold. Fire grates blacked with care in rooms no one now heated daily. Brackenmere had not been abandoned. It had been managed. That was what made it dangerous. A house left to fall declares itself. A house held together by skill and sacrifice flatters fools. In the nursery corridor, Mr. Locksley paused before a window overlooking the west lawn and the lake beyond. Rain had blurred the far shore into a gray smear. Nearer at hand, the gravel sweep had become 2 separate colors, the fresh stone ending where old habit resumed. He said, "My aunt will tell you the house only needs firmness. Harbury will tell you it needs system. Mrs. Finch, I think, believes it needs miracles. I should like to know what you think." "I think," I said, "that your household has been performing unpaid heroics for some time, and that heroics are the dearest way to preserve anything." He turned then and looked directly at me. "You speak as if you have already judged us. I speak if your jam jars are half filled, your linen has been turned, your schoolroom was shut before the walls cooled, and your front bell is answered too slowly for a house of this size. These are not moral accusations, Mr. Locksley. They are facts. Facts are expensive. They become more so when ignored." We stood in that narrow corridor with the rain behind us, and the scent of beeswax and drying wool before us. And I had the distinct impression that he was weighing whether I would be intolerable or useful. I was doing the same to him. He said, "Come, at last. You have seen enough of the house to make yourself disagreeable over it. You may now earn the privilege." He led me at length to the account room. I have known grander ones. Brackenmere's had once been grand enough, perhaps, but years of necessity had narrowed its ambition. A long table stood beneath the windows. Shelves ran to the ceiling. 2 locked chests sat under the far wall. The grate had been lit, though sparingly. On the table lay ledgers, bundles of receipts tied with tape, correspondence sorted into uneven stacks, and one open volume in a hand so regular that I distrusted it on sight. "Harbury's current abstracts," Mr. Locksley said, indicating the neatest pile. "Quarterly summaries, expenditure tables, tenant arrears. Repair estimates. And the underlying books. He pointed to the shelves. Some are there. Some remain with the steward. Remain, I repeated. How generous of him. He has served the family 23 years. That is a reason to know where the books are, not to lose track of them. His eyes cooled a degree. You speak boldly for a woman newly arrived under another man's authority. I speak plainly for a woman expected to form a true view from partial paper. He did not answer that. Instead, he drew out the chair at the end of the table and said, Sit then. Form 1. I sat. For a little while there was no sound save rain at the panes, the occasional tick from the grate, and the soft, dry movement of paper under my hands. Mr. Locksley remained standing. At first I thought it oversight. Then I understood it for what it was. He meant to watch whether I only looked busy or truly read. So I read. There is a particular pleasure in the first opening of a bad account. Not pleasure at the badness itself. I am not vicious. But the relief of discovering one's instincts were not wasted on vapor. Here, before the first quarter's close, I found 3 sorts of trouble. The first was ordinary enough. Delayed receipts, rounded repair estimates. Copied balances entered fair after the event instead of carried line by line. Sloppy, but survivable. The second was more interesting. And repeated allowances entered under varying descriptions, never large enough individually to provoke alarm. Coal relief, parish support advanced, nursery extras, winter broth, casual nurse fee, none ruinous. All irregular in manner. Such items may hide foolishness. They may also hide necessity. A proud house does not wish call by its proper name. The third made me lift my head. In the tenant arrears column, a widow's name had been struck once, entered again in another hand, then omitted entirely from the abstract while her cottage repair charge remained. That is the sort of omission which tells on itself. Poor houses do not repair empty cottages from sentiment. Mr. Locksley noticed my pause. Well, you have not one problem, I said. You have 3, perhaps 4. He folded his arms. I am delighted to hear the distinction. You should not be. The first is clerical untidiness. The second is concealed dependency. The third is either incompetence or intention. I have not yet decided which offends me more. His gaze sharpened. Speak more clearly. I touched the widow's line with one finger. This woman receives support in one place, vanishes in another, and continues to generate expense in a third. Either your steward cannot add, or someone wishes relief to appear smaller than it is. He said, That cottage shelters 2 children, at once. The widow is bedridden. Then your abstract lies. My abstract is incomplete. Which is a more courteous word for a thing that misleads. He came round the table then, not too near, but near enough that I could smell rain still clinging to his coat and the faint mineral scent of wet wool beginning to warm at the fire. He said, You have been here less than an hour. Already you accuse my staff of deception. I accuse your papers of wanting explanation. If your staff can provide one, they are welcome to clear themselves. You assume fraud quickly. I assume pressure quickly. Fraud often follows. That, I think, was the first moment he ceased to regard me as an absurd substitute and began instead to consider me as a danger to his peace. He put one hand on the back of the chair opposite mine and leaned slightly, not in menace, but to look where I looked. He asked, What do you call the second problem? After a moment, Your house is carrying costs it is a shame to name. His jaw altered. Be specific. White-O relief routed through housekeeping. Nursing support disguised as extras. Possibly tenant remissions smoothed into general expenditure, so that no line item looks weak or charitable. Perhaps because charity invites creditors. Perhaps because family pride dislikes accounts that sound like dependents. He was silent. That silence was answer enough. I turned another page. And your repair estimates are too even, I said. Real repairs come in bursts. Roof wall flood, cart axle, stable door. These come as if the house had obliged the paper by decaying in orderly sums. You think Harbury invents them. I think I have not seen the invoices. Mr. Locksley straightened. For the first time since I had entered the room, he looked not offended but tired. He said, You have seen the house. You know what must be cut. No. The word came quickly enough that he glanced back at me as if I had struck the table. No. No. You mistake me entirely if you think I mean to begin with cutting. He gave a short, hard laugh. You have not met my creditors. And you, I think, have met them so often you have begun to hear them in every room. Color did not rise in his face. He was not a man who betrayed himself cheaply. But the hand on the chair tightened once. I require a practicable account, Miss Vale. Not a sermon, Don. Then give me practicable paper. What more do you want? Al's subsidiary books for the last 3 years. Household and tenant ledgers kept line by line, not fair copied abstracts. Stored correspondence relating to remissions, nurse fees, widow stipends, seasonal advances, and repairs. Access to the steward's vouchers. A full stores list from Mrs. Finch. And the freedom to walk the service routes without being told afterward that I misunderstood what I saw. He stared at me for long enough that another woman might have shifted under it. I opened the next ledger instead. At last he said, You ask for a great deal. I have not yet asked for truth from your steward in my hearing. That will be a greater deal still. The corner of his mouth moved again very slightly. Not approval. Something more perilous. He said, You shall have the stores list. You shall have these shelves. Harbury's vouchers I will require from him tonight. But you will not question servants at random, and you will not repeat half-formed suspicions below stairs or above. I do not trade in half-formed suspicions, only informed ones, Miss Val. Wes, if you mean to overturn this house, at least do me the courtesy of knowing where the floors are weakest before you begin. There was more in that than caution. A warning, perhaps. Or an admission. I closed the ledger carefully and laid my hand on its cover. Then show me the floors, I said. I was shown to a bedchamber at the back of the house, where the air smelled faintly of starch, lavender gone old in the linen press, and the damp one cannot ever fully dry from northern walls once rain has settled in. My trunk had not yet come up. My carpet-bag sat where the maid had left it, apologetic in shape and still dark along the seam. On the washstand stood a ewer of hot water, which told me 2 things at once. The first, that Brackenmere still kept enough command over its servants to provide warmth without being begged for it. Second, that my arrival had already been discussed in the passages, because no one had asked whether I wished for water. Someone had decided I ought to need it. I was removing my wet collar when a light knock came at the door. Come in. The maid who entered was young, neat, and composed in the manner of a person trained never to appear hurried even when she had been running the length of a corridor. She carried my trunk key between 2 fingers. Mrs. Finch asked me to say that dinner is at 7, miss. Mr. Locksley hopes you will join the family. Ah, family. There was a word broad enough to conceal several inconveniences. Did Mr. Locksley say hopes? The maid lowered her eyes very correctly. He said expects, miss. That sounds more like him. The corner of her mouth gave way for half a second. Then it was proper again. When she had gone, I stood for a moment with one hand on the back of the chair and looked at the single gown I could wear without disgracing myself. Brown merino, serviceable and well cut, though no one would mistake it for wealth. I had packed for work, not display. That, too, would be understood below stairs before I had fastened the last hook. Dinner in a house one has not yet measured properly is a kind of audit all its own. The silver says one thing, the soup another. The order of speaking reveals more than the order of courses. By the time I went down, I had schooled my face to usefulness and my appetite to patience. The dining room was lit more brightly than the hall and less warmly than the room required. A handsome table, well laid. Fewer candles than the size of it demanded. A centerpiece of late roses already past their best. The effect was respectable in precisely the way an anxious widow might be respectable before a creditor. Lady Rowan sat at the far end. I knew her at once, though I had not yet met her, because only a close relation could occupy a room with such complete assurance while appearing to yield it to someone else. She was handsome still, in a firm, dry way, with smooth dark silk at her shoulders, and eyes that wasted no attention. Beside her sat a young woman of perhaps 20, pale and elegant, with the composed vacancy of one well trained to wait for approval before speaking. A cousin, I guessed. Or a guest too long in residence to be a guest still. Mr. Locksley stood by the fire until I entered. He moved forward the instant the servant announced me, neither smiling nor leaving me to cross the room unsupported. He said, "Miss Vale." "My aunt, Lady Rowan." "My cousin, Miss Claire Winter." Lady Rowan inclined her head. "So this is the person your mysterious Mr. Vale has sent us instead of his promised man of figures." It was neatly done. An acknowledgement, a challenge, and a reminder that I entered the room under borrowed authority. "So it appears, Lady Rowan." Her gaze traveled over my gown, my hands, and then my face, where it remained with far greater frankness than good breeding generally permits. "And are we to suppose that the gentleman could spare no one else?" "We are to suppose," said Mr. Locksley before I could answer, "that Miss Vale is equal to the work." Lady Rowan's brows shifted by the smallest degree. Not surprise. Interest sharpened by displeasure. She said, "Equal, perhaps. Suitable is another matter, bah." Miss Winter lowered her eyes to her soup as if she had not heard. She heard every word. So did the footman behind my chair. So did the maid passing bread. One never dines only with those seated at the table. I unfolded my napkin. In houses under pressure, Lady Rowan, suitability is often an expensive luxury. Mr. Locksley's hand stilled on the stem of his glass. Lady Rowan, to her credit, did not bridle. She took my measure again, more carefully this time. "You speak plainly. I am more useful that way," she said. "Useful women are very often the most troublesome." "Then I hope to justify your concern." Miss Winter made a small sound over her spoon, halfway between a cough and an unsuccessfully hidden laugh. Lady Rowan did not turn toward her, which told me the girl was accustomed to being overlooked when silence served. The first course went on with the sort of conversation that is not conversation at all, only its outer shell. Whether roads, whether the vicar's wife had fully recovered, which tenant's son had taken a place in Penrith. Beneath it ran the true current. Lady Rowan wished to discover whether I could be dismissed as a useful oddity. Mr. Locksley wished, I thought, to prevent her from doing so too quickly. Miss Winter wished herself elsewhere. The second course brought matters into clearer shape. "I understand," Lady Rowan said, setting down her fork, "that Daniel has given your employer access to the estate papers because certain economies must now be made with firmness. There has already been too much softness where accounts are concerned." There it was. Not a question then. A line drawn before witnesses. I drank a little water before answering. "I have seen enough today to know firmness is easier to admire in the abstract than in the dairy." Miss Winter looked up then. "In the dairy, Wes. I buttered a roll with care. Butter, broth, linen, coal, medicines, nursery stores, wages deferred through favors rather than entered openly. A house may save itself by severity, of course. It may also cut the cords that allow it to go on pretending it is still alive." Lady Rowan's expression did not alter. "That is an unusually dramatic view of jam, Miss Val. Jam is never only jam in a country house." Mr. Locksley did not interfere. That was clever of him. Had he come to my defense too early, he would have reduced me at once from professional inconvenience to protected female. Instead, he let me stand where I had placed myself. Lady Rowan dabbed her mouth. "What I fear, Miss Vale, is that people engaged in household minutiae often mistake sentiment for stewardship. One widow, one wet nurse, one cottage roof, one indulgence in the nursery, and soon enough a man discovers he has preserved every dependency except his own solvency." I thought then of the struck line in the ledger, of the omitted name, of the smooth repair estimates that smelled too little of actual mud and too much of invented order. "Solvency built on false paper is only delay," I said. The room cooled around that sentence. Mr. Locksley set down his knife. "We shall not decide the matter at dinner." "No," said Lady Rowan, "but we may observe how it is likely to be decided." She turned to her nephew then with an ease that would have looked natural to a stranger and tactical to anyone else. "Mr. Annesley writes again tomorrow, does he not?" Miss Winter's fork slipped against her plate with a small bright sound. Mr. Locksley's voice remained level. He may. And if he does, I trust you will not put him off once more. There is no virtue in keeping practical people waiting while the house counts spoons. So, not only economy then. A match in view, or at least one useful enough to be spoken of before the servants. I did not look at Mr. Locksley. A woman in my position has no right to flinch at hearing such matters discussed. She has less right to appear interested in them. Miss Annesley is very accomplished, murmured Miss Winter, not to me, not quite to anyone. How fortunate, I said. Mr. Locksley's gaze came to me then, cool and unreadable. You do not sound impressed. I have not had the honor of seeing her accounts. That won me the smallest betrayal from him at last. Not laughter, worse. The quick, unwilling ease of a man amused against his interest. Lady Rowan saw it. That was the first true danger of the evening. When dinner ended, she did not ask me to withdraw with the ladies. Instead she rose and said, Daniel, if Miss Vale is to disturb the entire machinery of this house, you had better at least give her the means to wander through it with efficiency. It sounded gracious enough. It was not gracious. It was notice served in public. Mr. Locksley waited until the footman had gone ahead with the lamps. Then, in the quieter reach between dining room and hall, he stopped at a narrow table beneath a family portrait and opened a drawer. Inside lay a row of labeled keys on rings, some bright with use, some darkened by disfavor and time. He selected one ring and held it out. He said, Still room, stores, old schoolroom press, east passage, account room. Not the plate closet. Not the steward's room. If you require either, you require me. The keys lay in his palm between us, their weight modest, their meaning not. This is trust, I said. No, he answered, it is necessity. But he did not withdraw his hand. I took the ring. His fingers touched mine only because iron is a poor thing to pass cleanly from one hand to another. Even so, the contact was enough to make me aware of the corridor, the portrait, the open stair, the two servants somewhere not far beyond the turn, and the fact that Lady Rowan had chosen her moment too well. In that house, from that instant, I would not merely be the odd woman sent in place of a clerk. I would be the woman with keys. I ought to have gone upstairs. A prudent woman, newly arrived in a house not her own, already remarked upon at dinner, and sent out of the dining room with keys in her hand, would have accepted the warning of the hour, the damp in her bones, and the impropriety of being found at work after the household had retired. She would have unpinned her hair, dried her shoes by the fender, and waited for morning to make herself troublesome again. I went instead to the account room. The corridor had altered since dinner. Day had left it. Lamps stood at intervals, turning the wall panels into dark honey, and the spaces between them into uncertainty. The house had grown quieter in layers. First the clatter of plates disappeared. Then voices retreated. Then even the servants' steps changed, becoming smaller, more inward, as though the building had drawn its breath and expected to keep it till dawn. The key to the account room was the third on the ring. It turned reluctantly, which told me it was used less often now than once it had been. The fire within had sunk to a low red insistence. Someone had left the room in order rather than comfort. The ledgers remained where I had touched them. One stack of correspondence had been tied afresh. A single candle, not one of the better pair, stood ready on the side table, as if the house had agreed to my return but did not entirely approve of it. I lit it from the grate and set myself to work. There are houses one reads in broad strokes. Brackenmere refused that. It had to be read as one reads a compromised letter, by pressure, erasure, and what one hand tries to make another seem to have meant. I began with the abstracts again, then drew down the shelf books that ought to support them. Household disbursements, dairy account, tenants' quarterly settlements, repairs, winter provisions. The trick in any false order lies not in grand inventions but in repetition too smooth to be natural. Real households lurch. They do not glide. Within half an hour I had 3 pages of notes and a stronger dislike for Mr. Harbury than good manners required in advance of meeting him. The repair estimates offended me first, not because repairs had been entered, but because they had been entered too obediently. £8 4, £6 12, £8 6, £5 14. Neat, serviceable figures. Close enough to truth to pass a gentleman's wary eye, regular enough to comfort any creditor who wished to believe the estate's troubles came in measurable doses. Actual decay has no such manners. A wall slips when rain chooses. A stable hing goes in the middle of a sound week. Flood and frost do not respect quarter days. Then there were the copied balances. I spread one quarter, book beside its fair abstract, and bent close. Even by candlelight the matter declared itself. The original entries were made in a brown, black ink that had sat a little into the rag paper, broad in places where the pen had been newly trimmed, pinched in others where the writer had hurried. The abstract, however, wore a later hand over an earlier shape. Not forged line by line, that would have been clumsy. No, the thing had been copied honestly enough and then regularized. Descriptions shortened. Relief relabeled. Depths rounded into cleaner dignity. Coal to Widow Bell by order. Rendered ass fuel support, 3 nursery broths in fever week. Rendered ass kitchen extras. Nurse Dawes, 9 nights. Rendered ass. Temporary attendance. No lie, perhaps, if one wished to defend it. Yet every change moved the same way. Away from the human being. Toward the respectable vagueness by which houses conceal whom they are keeping alive. I wrote Widow Bell's name in my notes and underlined it once. When I turned to the tenant roll, the omission from earlier appeared less like carelessness and more like method. La Belle Cottage remained in the repair column, and in the margin of the original book someone had made a cramped notation regarding chimney draw and damp bedding. The tenant line itself, however, had been drawn through, and the name carried nowhere useful. If the relief were hidden in household expense, and the occupant blurred in the roll, then the estate could pretend it supported no one beyond its clean obligations. I sat back and listened to the room. Not because I had heard anything. Because sometimes the silence after one sees the shape of a scheme feels louder than the scheme itself. There are thefts of money, and there are thefts of meaning. What lay before me threatened both. If the true pattern of support could be made to disappear into 2 extras and temporary attendants, then any man with a stern mouth and a need to please his creditors might cut through it in a week and believe himself merely practical. The thought made me angrier than was perhaps professional. I had just drawn the repair ledger nearer when I noticed the wax. A small thing. A flake no larger than a lentil pressed near the inner margin of a page that ought never to have met a seal. Dark red, almost brown by candlelight. I touched it with my nail. Old, but not very old. The page before it had been folded at some point, not by the binder but afterward, and flattened again. I turned more carefully. 2 leaves further on. The stitching strained where something had been inserted and then removed. Not pages then. A paper. Perhaps correspondence. Perhaps an invoice. Perhaps something better. I was still tracing the thread with one fingertip when the latch moved behind me. I did not start. I had learned too much from such moments ever to give a man that satisfaction. "Mrs. Finch was certain I should find you here," said Mr. Locksley. His voice carried no anger, but the hour sharpened it. I turned in my chair. He had changed his coat, though not for one finer. Only a plainer dark one fit for the business of a long evening. He held no candle. The hall lamp behind him gave him shape and left his expression to the fire. "You keep late accounts," I said. "And you keep no hour at all, it seems. That is unjust. I keep all the hours that prove useful, Gaw." He shut the door. That was the first impropriety. Not a great one. Not enough to panic over. Yet enough that I rose at once because seated women and closed doors may each be harmless separately and dangerous together. His gaze dropped. Not to my face but to the notes I had spread over half the table. "What have you found? Do you ask as master of the house?" I said. "Or as the man who warned me not to overturn it?" "As the man who will answer for what occurs under this roof, Boff." "That is a narrower question than you think." For one moment I believed he would take offense and put an end to the scene by rank alone. Instead he crossed to the table, stopped opposite me, and looked where I pointed. "The repairs are too regular. I said. The abstracts too clean. The household support too carefully stripped of persons. Widow Bell is present in expense, absent in status, and alive enough to require chimney repairs, which means either your books are tended by a fool, or by a man who prefers charity not to look like charity. He bent over the page. Firelight caught the side of his face and deepened the line already marked there by strain rather than age. He said, Bell Cottage. After a moment. That was one of my mother's cases. One of her what? He straightened slowly. My mother kept certain tenants from falling through entirely. Quietly. She thought formal relief humiliated people. My father thought open allowances invited expectation. And which do you think? His answer did not come at once. He said, I think, at last, that if expectation had remained the worst of it, my father would have been a fortunate man. That was not confession. Not exactly. It was better. It was the first sentence he had spoken to me that had not been arranged for usefulness before it was said. I set down my pencil. Then you know these are not merely untidy accounts. Yes. You knew before I came. I knew something was wrong. That is not the same thing. He said, No. It is not. Rain struck the pane with a fresh, brief force and then lessened again. Somewhere far off in the house a clock began to count the quarter. We both listened to it without appearing to do so. He moved to the other side of the table and took up one of the abstracts. His thumb rested over the relabeled nursery entries. He said, You disapprove of the euphemisms. I disapprove of what they permit. And what do they permit? A gentleman to cut broth, coal, nursing, and remission while telling himself he has only corrected excess. He looked up then, directly and without cover. You think me capable of that? I think you in danger of it. The words stood between us cleanly enough that I could not have softened them afterward if I had tried. His face altered, not into anger, which might have been easier to answer, but into something harder and more private. You form bold opinions quickly, Miss Val. I was hired for opinions, not embroidery, and yet you cannot be ignorant of your position. There it was at last. Not the repairs, me, my position, I repeated. You are a young unmarried woman under my roof, already remarked upon at dinner, moving through passages at night with keys in your hand, and no proper clerk between your judgment and my household. If this becomes ugly, it will not become ugly for me in the same way it becomes ugly for you. The truth of it struck hard because it was not put cruelly. I folded my hands, lest he see that I had tightened them. You believe I do not know that. I do not know what you allow yourself to know when you are angry. That is convenient, I said. It permits you to think me reckless instead of merely employed. His jaw set. And, does employment absolve all risk? No. It merely explains why some women bear it, but. We stared at each other then across the open ledgers, the room thick with paper, soot, and the awkward force of having ceased to speak in generalities. His next words came lower. If this house damages your name, I shall have been the cause of it. No, I said. The cause will be whatever in these books has made truth so expensive that everyone must either disguise it or fear it. I had not meant to say so much. The late hour had pared me down too close to sincerity. He looked at me for so long that my pulse, traitorous thing, began to mark the silence. Not because he was handsome. That had little to do with it. Because for the first time since my arrival I had the distinct and alarming sense that he was listening to me not as a tolerated inconvenience, nor as hired cleverness, but as one adult soul listens to another when the answer may alter conduct. At last he said, Stay. I did not breathe. Stay, he repeated more evenly. Finish what you have begun. Take what papers you need. I will have Harbury bring the vouchers in the morning, whether he likes it or not. If Bell Cottage and the others have been concealed in the books, I mean to know by whose choice. And if I have been near to making a clean, principled disaster of this house. His mouth tightened once. Briefly, I would rather discover it before I congratulate myself for doing so. That was as close to humility as such a man was likely to come without injury or prayer. I glanced down at the keys by my notes, dark iron, modest weight. more dangerous now than when he had first given them. To stay, I said, may be wise for the house and foolish for me. Yes. His honesty there did more to settle me than any assurance could have done. I gathered my pages into order. Then I shall stay, I said, at least until your books have the decency to stop lying to us. This time he did laugh, though quietly and with no more pleasure in it than the moment could bear. When I took up the candle, he stepped aside and opened the door. Nothing in the gesture was intimate. Nothing in it could have been named in complaint. Yet by the time I crossed the threshold, I knew two things with miserable clarity. First, that my name had indeed grown more precarious in that house within a single evening. Second, that I no longer wished to leave it. Chapter 2, Rent Day and Bread. By morning, Brackenmere had exchanged rain for a colder sort of honesty. The sky beyond the service yard windows was white without being bright, and the yard itself was a map of cart ruts hardened at the edges and newly softened in the middle. Smoke rose straight from the kitchen chimneys, which meant little wind and no mercy in the air. I had slept badly, though not from fear. Fear is clean. What troubled me more was the knowledge that I had agreed to remain in a house where my usefulness and my danger were likely to advance together. Mrs. Finch received me in the still room with a store's ledger under one arm and a face that suggested she had already decided whether I was equal to the morning. She said, "You are early." I did not know whether Brackenmere preferred its auditors hungry. Heat prefers them sensible. Then I hoped to improve in time. That bought me the nearest thing to approval I had yet had from her, which was not approval at all but the absence of resistance. In houses like this, one learns to prize it. The still room was warmer than the account room and better ruled. Nothing there had been made to look finer than it was. Dried herbs hung in controlled bunches from beams darkened by age and steam. Jars stood labeled in a hand firmer than ornamental. Vinegar, peel, raspberry leaf, camphor, elderflower syrup, lavender water. On the worktable lay a basket of late apples with two bruised already turned aside for immediate use rather than waste. The room smelled of starch, vinegar, and the ghost of summer pressed into usefulness. Mrs. Finch laid down the ledger. "You wished for the store's list." "I did." "You may have it, but if you mean to tell me that preserving jars cost money, I shall save us both time and agree at once." I opened the book. If I meant that, I should not have come into the still room first. Her look sharpened. "Why this room?" "Because people who conceal foolish luxury do not begin with syrup and mended linen." I turned the first page. The hand was not the steward's. It was hers. More pressure at the downstrokes, fewer flourishes, better discipline. "Who keeps the household stores formally?" I asked. "Harbury receives totals. I keep quantities. As two governments might divide a disputed border. As two sensible people might divide work so that one of them may actually get it done." I glanced up. "You dislike him," she said. "I dislike waste." That was answer enough. We went through flour, oats, salt beef, lamp oil, coal allotments, vinegar, medicines, and the small economies by which large houses persuade themselves they are not bleeding. I had expected concealment. What I had not expected was the degree to which concealment here had been employed not to indulge the house, but to soften blows outside the family's sight. A sack of flour entered for kitchen use would, by itself, signify nothing. Yet when matched against bread did in Mrs. Finch's own hand, against coal reductions in family rooms, against a winter broth line buried in extras, it began to speak. Not loudly. Plainly. "You bake for the nursery and the family," I said. "And for Bell Cottage." Mrs. Finch did not answer. "And the shepherd's wife after lambing," I went on. "And whoever had the fever in February. And old Pritchard after the fall from the cart. If this line means what I think it means, those were temporary needs. So are most expensive truths." She busied herself with straightening a row of jars that did not require straightening. "Real, you are not the first person to discover that hunger and cold have a way of returning." "No," I said, "but I may be the first asked to decide whether the returning ought to remain invisible." That made her still. I had no wish to frighten her, Still less to suggest that my sympathy could alter the mathematics if the house itself could not bear them. But false comfort is only another way of lying. I turned to the coal sheets. The pattern there was uglier. Public rooms had already been reduced. Guest fires rationed. Family bedchambers cut by rotation. Yet the total outlay had not fallen as sharply as it ought to have done if one looked only at those rooms. The difference had gone elsewhere. Not waste. Distribution. You shifted coal out of the west drawing room, I said, and into the north cottages. Mrs. Finch folded her hands. The west drawing room is used twice a week, and the north cottages every hour of winter. She looked at me then directly, with none of the caution she had used upon my arrival. If I put every true destination on Harbury's list, he would carry the totals to the family and tell them they were feeding half the parish through the back door. Which, once said in that tone, has a way of sounding like vice instead of duty. I ran my finger along the margin where coal allocations had been reduced in one place and quietly preserved in another. Does Mr. Locksley know? He knows enough to be troubled and not enough to be dangerous in the correct direction. The answer was so precise that I nearly smiled. That is a cruel distinction. It is an accurate one. We moved from the still room into the pantry and then the dairy, not because I required escort, but because Mrs. Finch preferred, I think, to keep me within the circle of her own witness while deciding whether I was to be trusted with the house's real embarrassments. I did not resent it. Trust arrives by routes, not declarations. The pantry shelves were not full, but they were intelligently kept. Cheese stacked by ripeness, not prettiness. Loaves marked for family servants, and kitchen use, though I noticed the marks could be shifted with little labor, if one had reason. The dairymaid looked at me as though she had already heard 3 stories of my character and found none of them satisfactory. The kitchen maid, by contrast, blushed when I asked after dripping jars, which told me she had heard the part about the keys and embroidered the rest. Houses spread news along the paths least visible to those who own them. I asked questions. Not too many at once. Enough to hear where answers hesitated. How often the bread ovens were filled. Who decided broth in sickness. Whether the apothecary's bill had lengthened since last winter. Which rooms received coal first in a hard freeze. Whether anyone had been dismissed from the dairy after the spring spoilage noted in the books. No one was dismissed, said Mrs. Finch. Dismissal saves wages for a quarter and costs competence for a year. An opinion I share, Gaw. You may write that down, if you please. It would be the first sensible thing any account has ever said in this house. The remark came dry, almost casual, but it carried a fatigue older than the morning. I looked toward the far wall, where 2 preserving pans hung from bright hooks. How long have you been performing this kind of arithmetic, Mrs. Finch? Long enough to know that gentlemen prefer economies they can admire aloud. And women. Women admire the kind that keep children from coughing all night. There was no clever answer to that, only truth. I had just made a note against the medicines ledger when I became aware that we were no longer alone. Mr. Locksley had entered by the yard door without interrupting. That alone told me he meant to learn rather than command. His boots were marked with wet earth to the ankle. He had come from outside, then, from boundaries or stables or some other portion of the estate that yielded less readily than paper. He removed his gloves as he crossed the threshold, his attention not on me at first, but on the table, the ledgers, the open stores lists, the basket where apples had been sorted by use rather than beauty. He said, "You have begun without me." Mrs. Finch replied before I could. "We have begun without losing the morning, sir." That was well done. It placed the delay where it belonged. He accepted it without offense, which improved him further in my estimation. He asked, "What have you found?" I might have answered in abstractions: dependency, concealed relief, domestic compression. Instead, I took up a loaf from the shelf nearest us, set it on the table, and laid beside it the stores sheet and the kitchen extras line from the quarterly abstract. "This," I said, touching the loaf, "is entered once." Then I touched the sheet, and fed thrice. His gaze moved from the bread to the page. Explain. Kitchen use here. Nursery broth under extras there. Bell Cottage nowhere visible under its own name. The flour is honest. The destination is not. Mrs. Finch resumed stacking jars, though she listened closely enough to hear the turning of each page. Mr. Locksley came nearer the table. So the house feeds more people than the books admit. The house sustains more lives than the abstract can bear to say aloud. He looked at the coal list next. And the same with fuel. Wes. His mouth hardened, though not at me. I asked Harbury for economy. And he has given you concealment, I said. Not entirely from malice, perhaps. Concealment may begin in pride and end in harm without ever pausing at villainy. But once hidden, such costs are easy to cut cleanly. No one hears a line item cry out. Silence followed that. Not empty silence. Witness, sensitive silence. Mrs. Finch did not look up. The dairymaid at the far churn had gone very still. Even the kitchen range seemed to draw quieter for a breath or two. Mr. Locksley rested one hand on the back of the nearest chair. What would you have had me do, Miss Vale? Publish every private dependence on a neat list for my creditors. It was not a defensive question. It was the right one, and therefore harder to answer. I would have had the house know what it was doing, I said. Not pretend retrenchment while merely shifting the shame into other columns. If Bell Cottage must be supported, say so somewhere truthfully. If winter coal is no longer a courtesy but necessity, enter it where a conscience may find it. Hidden burdens do not grow lighter because they are mislabeled, he said, conscience, though softly. Yes. He looked down at the page again. When he spoke next, the tone had changed. Less command, more reckoning. You think I have been content not to know? Da. I think you have been given summaries fit for a gentleman under siege. Clean enough to read quickly. Vague enough to postpone disgust. Mrs. Finch let out the faintest breath, which in another woman might have been laughter, and in her was simply agreement stripped to its bones. Mr. Locksley heard it too, he said. Very well. No more summaries. The sentence did not sound dramatic. That was why I believed it. He drew the coal sheet toward himself and studied the margins, then the pantry marks. Then the kitchen line. He was a man accustomed, I thought, to numbers as discipline rather than disguise. Once such a man saw the method of a concealment, he might become more dangerous to it than anyone given to louder indignation. That was useful. It was also, to my annoyance, not entirely the only thing I felt. For a moment, not a long one, the room altered around him. Not because he had softened. He had not. But because I saw with unwelcome clarity the difference between a man defending his authority and a man recognizing he had nearly used it foolishly. The distinction was narrower than I should have liked and more compelling than was safe. He set down the page. What next? There are questions which, asked by the wrong man, mean tell me how to spare myself. Asked by the right one, they mean I am prepared to be inconvenienced. Rent day, I said. And the cottages after. Paper has shown me where the burdens lie. I should like to see who carries them with their own hands. Mrs. Finch nodded once, as though a point had been reached that could no longer be denied. Mr. Locksley looked from her to me. Then you shall. It was not permission in the foolish sense. Not indulgence. Not charm. It was a practical surrender of ground, and because it was practical, I trusted it more. Yet, when he turned to leave, he paused by the shelf with the loaves and touched one finger to the mark cut into the crust for family use. He said, So much can be hidden in bread. Wes, I answered, and in the kind of house that decides who may eat it without having their name written down. He met my eyes then, briefly. Enough. Something in his certainty had shifted. Not broken. Shifted. That was more than enough for one morning. Mr. Locksley came for me an hour later with mud on his boots, a plain dark greatcoat buttoned to the throat, and the expression of a man who had not improved his opinion of the weather by meeting it twice in one morning. He said, The lane to the north cottages is passable now. If we wait, it may decide otherwise. I had already exchanged my thinner shoes for walking boots and traded one decent pair of gloves for the older kid ones I did not mind ruining. Then I am ready. His eyes dropped to my boots, my hem raised for the yard, the notebook in my hand, and, more briefly, to the heavier cloak Mrs. Finch had insisted upon lending me. "You do not seem surprised that I mean to take you myself. Would you trust Harbury to choose what I ought to see?" "No." "Then neither do I." That won me nothing more than the smallest movement at one corner of his mouth, but I had begun to understand that in him such things counted. The dog-cart stood in the yard rather than the front sweep. Harnessed already, the horse patient and displeased with the cold in equal measure. A groom held the head while Mr. Locksley checked the trace with his own hands. I noticed that. Gentlemen who mean only to command leave leather and buckle to other men. Gentlemen who have been forced into economy often relearn the dignity of practical knowledge. The groom looked at me once, respectfully enough but with the kind of interest servants never entirely conceal when the master takes an unmarried woman out alone in daylight and poor weather. The safety of it did not reduce the notice. In houses and villages such as these, propriety is not only a rule, it is a trade in observation. Mr. Locksley turned to me. "The road is rough in places. Give me your hand." I placed mine in his because climbing into the dog-cart without assistance would have been more conspicuous than accepting it. His glove was damp at the seams from recent use, and his grip precise rather than lingering. He set me up, handed in the lap rug, and took his own place beside me with an economy of movement that suggested long practice. When we left the yard, the wind found us at once. It came low over the ground and under the edge of my bonnet, carrying the smell of wet earth, leaves gone black in the ditches, and the kind of cold that belongs less to frost than to water standing where it ought to have run off days before. The horse took the ruts sensibly. Bracamere, seen from behind and below, looked older and less composed than from the front. Service buildings leaned into necessity. The back walls showed damp more frankly. One of the kitchen chimneys smoked harder than the rest. "You ride out yourself often?" I asked. "Often enough. To boundaries or to people?" "Do you distinguish them?" "Yes." "How?" "Boundaries answer only to weather. People answer to weather, debt, and pride." He took a moment before saying, "Then to all three." We passed the home farm, where two men stood knee-deep in the business of a wagon wheel, and stopped long enough to touch their caps. Mr. Locksley returned the gesture without flourish. Not loved, then, perhaps, but not dismissed either. A woman hanging wash under a lean, to watched us go by with the stillness of a person collecting material for later use. "Your witness map lengthens," I said. He glanced sideways. "My what?" "The number of people who will know by evening that you drove me to the North Cottages yourself." He flicked the reins lightly. "If I had sent you with a servant, they would have known that too." "Yes. But then they should have had the satisfaction of deciding whether I was trusted or supervised. This denies them the sport." That actually drew a breath from him that would have become louder in an easier man. "You speak of them as if they were a parliament." "A village always is." The lane worsened after the turn by the spinney. Twice the wheels sank deeper than I liked, and once the horse had to take the rise more slowly than dignity preferred. On the far side of a hedge, sheep moved like stained wool against the field. Beyond them, lower ground darkened into pasture near the beck. Mr. Locksley pointed with the whip, not at the sheep but at a line of stone cottages farther on. "Bell is the last. The shepherd's house before it. Does the shepherd know we are coming?" "No." "Good. You prefer surprise. I prefer reality before it has time to put on an apron." The cottages stood close enough together for smoke and trouble to drift from one to the next. The first had a decent stack of cut wood beneath an oilcloth. The second had none in sight. At the third, a child in a cap too large for him stared openly from the doorway, and vanished at the sight of the cart. When Mr. Locksley drew up before Bell Cottage, no one came out at once. The place had not fallen into neglect, which interested me more than obvious misery would have done. The door latch had been mended. A strip of rag had been tucked cleanly at the lower frame to keep out draught. Someone who could scarcely afford help had nonetheless imposed order where she could. Mr. Locksley jumped down first. I shall speak before you begin frightening people with your notebook. I have never frightened anyone with a notebook. No, only with what you do after opening it. He turned before I could answer and went to the door. I heard his knock, then the sound of a bolt drawn back. A woman's voice, tired and guarded, said his name in surprise. By the time I reached them, he had already removed his hat. "Mrs. Bell," he was saying, "this is Miss Vale. She is reviewing the estate accounts. I wished her to see for herself how matters stand here." How matters stand here. It was carefully phrased. Not relief, not charity, not dependency. Enough truth to bring me over the threshold. Not enough to humiliate the woman before me. Mrs. Bell was perhaps not yet 50, though illness and weather had pulled her toward age more quickly than time alone would have done. One side of her face had thinned sharply. Her shawl was pinned with care. Behind her, the room held that unmistakable mixed smell of damp wool, weak fire, and recent broth. She looked from him to me and then back to him. "If it is the rent, sir, I said to Mr. Harbury I would settle what I could after Martinmas." "It is not the rent," Mr. Locksley said. That was the first lie of mercy I had heard from him, and he knew as well as I did that it did not remain fully true. Rent and relief are twins who wear different coats. Mrs. Bell let us in. The room was small, but it had not yielded. A pallet had been drawn close to the hearth. Stockings hung to dry from a line. On the table sat a bowl, a heel of bread, a spoon, and a cup stained at the lip with medicine. In the corner, on a chair carefully angled toward the fire, lay a bundle of infant linen, freshly washed and mended. I looked at the linen first. "Mrs. Bell saw me look," she said, "my daughter's boy. At the shepherd's house just now. Mrs. Fenwick has him to breast. Her own little one was lost at birth, and mine." She stopped. Not from dramatic feeling but because breath itself had become costly. Mine took the fever after. The milk never came right again. There, with no assistance from any abstract, stood one of the hidden lines made flesh. A nurse fee, a broth charge, fuel support, an omitted tenant name, and a cottage repair to keep damp from a room in which a sick woman and an infant's linen shared the same weak warmth. I did not write at once. To write too quickly before grief is one more form of bad breeding. Mr. Locksley's gaze had gone to the hearth. "Why is the fire so low?" Mrs. Bell looked abashed. "I had enough for the morning, sir. Mrs. Finch sent more last week." "Not enough, then." Or not enough she dared spend. I crossed to the pallet, not close enough to presume, close enough to see the blanket edge and the cracked earthen pan beneath the bed, where warmth had once been attempted and failed. "This room draws badly," I said. Mrs. Bell nodded. "When the wind comes east, the chimney smokes then." Mr. Locksley went at once to the hearth and crouched, examining the stone throat above it, then the patched seam where the flue had been mended. He said, "This was in the repair note." More to himself than to us. "Not completed." "Completed enough for the abstract, perhaps," I said. His head turned sharply. Not because I had spoken out of turn, but because he had arrived at the same thought a moment before I named it. There was another knock at the open door, followed by a woman's voice from outside. "Mrs. Bell, has the broth taken?" A broad-shouldered woman in a faded cloak entered, carrying a child on one hip and a covered crock in her free hand. She halted on seeing us, then shifted the child higher with the steady competence of a body long accustomed to carrying one weight while answering to another. "Mrs. Fenwick," Mr. Locksley said. So this was the shepherd's wife. The wet nurse line. She had the capable, exhausted look of a woman whose labor had exceeded the category in which men preferred to place it. Her child, not the dead one but another, blinked at us solemnly. There was no artifice in the room now. No way to pretend one hidden allowance nourished only one person. "Mrs. Fenwick set down the crock," she said. "I came because she will not ask when she ought," meaning Mrs. Bell, and only then seemed to realize whom she addressed. A flush rose in her cheeks. "Beg pardon, Sir Ba." Mr. Locksley stood. "No apology. You have brought her dinner." "Aye, and I should bring more if broth paid rent." It escaped her before she could catch it. The silence after was not shocked. It was witness, sensitive, practical, and complete. I watched him then. A lesser man would have stiffened into rank. A more polished one might have smiled and let the insolence be forgiven too prettily. Mr. Locksley did neither. He looked at the crock, at the child, at the low fire, at the infant linen drying by the chair. Then he said, "No, it does not." Mrs. Fenwick's face changed, though only slightly. Not trust. The beginning of being less afraid of speaking plainly. I wrote then, not names first, conditions. Shared fuel burden. Infant care routed through shepherd's household. Incomplete chimney repair increasing coal need. Broth assistance regular, not temporary. Then, beneath that, one harder line. Support has been disguised so long that need now appears exceptional only on paper. When I raised my head, Mr. Locksley was already looking at my page. He did not ask to read it. That, more than anything else he had done that morning, made me think better of him. Rent day at Brackenmere was held not in the grand hall, which would have made the business theatrical, but in the long stone room behind the steward's office, where tenants might come in from the yard without dripping over polished floors. The choice had once been practical. Now it felt almost ideological. This was the room in which money ceased to be discussed as a principle, and became instead wet boots, folded caps, sealed purses, excuses spoken with lowered eyes, and the smell of wool drying too slowly. Mr. Locksley placed me at the side table rather than hidden behind it. That was deliberate. Had I been tucked away with the account books, I might still have observed all, but no one could have been made to wonder whether my presence mattered. As it was, I sat with the quarter rolls, the abstract Mr. Harbury had prepared, and my own notes set beside them, visible enough to be remarked, and not so visible as to look like provocation. The room had been arranged to suggest order. The trouble with arrangements is that they invite comparison. Mr. Harbury entered 5 minutes before the first tenant and displeased me at once. I do not say that because he was rude. Rudeness is often a mercy in such men, as it announces them plainly. Mr. Harbury had the more expensive defect of seeming reasonable. He was a man perhaps near 60, carefully shaved, with silvered hair brushed flatter than nature had meant it to lie, and a black coat whose excellence had been preserved not by newness but by conscientious brushing. His hands were clean, too clean. Not vainly so, but with the sort of exact cleanliness that suggests a man's respectability has become one of his working tools. He said, "Miss Val," inclining his head as if he could not decide whether I were absurd or temporary. "I understand you have taken a lively interest in our books." "I understand," I said, "that I was invited for precisely that purpose." His eyes moved to the papers before me, then to Mr. Locksley. "An unusual arrangement," he murmured. "So is a tenant line struck in one book, and preserved by accident in another," I said. It was perhaps too early in the morning for open combat, but some men improve if startled quickly. A pause followed. Not long. Long enough. Mr. Harbury folded his gloves carefully and set them down. He replied, "I dare say that once Miss Vale has had longer acquaintance with estate practice, she will find that neat theories as often fare poorly beside old obligations. And once I have had longer acquaintance with your figures," I said, "I expect I shall learn which obligations are old and which are merely convenient." Mr. Locksley said, "That will do." The words might have checked me. They might equally have checked Harbury. That ambiguity was not lost on the man himself. I saw it in the minute alteration of his mouth. Then the first tenant was shown in, and private hostilities had to dress themselves as business. For the next half hour I was kept busy enough to forget the cold in my fingers. Men came in with rents whole, rents partial, rents promised upon the sale of lambs not yet brought to market, rents reduced by sickness, by a broken wheel, by a child's burial, by bad drainage in a lower field which had yielded less than it ought. There is no such thing as one reason money fails to arrive. It fails by household, not by category. Mr. Harbury received each account with grave composure. He had a way of placing one hand flat upon the paper before him, as if truth itself required steadying under his palm. When sums were short, he noted them, with a pen so economical it might have belonged to a surgeon. Where concessions had been made, he named them not as mercies but as precedents to be regretted. 3 weeks allowed in August. Cart damage already excused once this year. Seed advance outstanding. Late again Beresford. Every sentence was clean. Every sentence taken alone might have passed for order. Set together, they created a world in which shortfall belonged entirely to the weak and management entirely to the just. What interested me more was where he did not linger. When Mrs. Bell's nephew came in for the cottage matter, awkward in his Sunday coat, and plainly unaccustomed to indoor money, Harbury referred only to arrears and chimney repair. No mention of the bedridden widow. No mention of the infant linen drying by the hearth. No mention of the shepherd's wife nursing one child while feeding another household with broth. Mr. Locksley, however, asked 2 questions not written on the page. "How is your aunt's breathing? Has the smoke worsened in damp weather?" The young man blinked as though he had expected reproof and found memory instead. "A bit worse, sir. Mrs. Finch sent onion syrup, and Mrs. Fenwick sits with her evenings when she can." Harbury's pen paused. Only for a moment. Only long enough for me to see how little he liked such details entering the room. Mr. Locksley nodded once and said, "The chimney must be completed before the week is out." "Sir," said Harbury, very evenly, "the mason has already been promised at the lower barn. Then he will do both." The young man left with gratitude making him clumsy. Harbury made a notation in the margin of his paper that I could not yet read from where I sat. I would have wagered a month's food it was not written kindly. The next tenant was a widow from the South Road with 2 daughters in service. Then a carter whose horse had gone lame. Then old Pritchard himself, with his arms still stiff from the fall, cap in hand and shame traveling before him like smoke. Each time the same pattern. Harbury pressed the visible sum. Mr. Locksley asked one human question too many for the steward's comfort, and each time I saw the room notice it. That was the true business of the morning. Not merely rent. Witness. A laborer waiting by the door hears more than he seems to hear. A housemaid sent with mulled alcohol carries a scene upstairs in cleaner language than it was first spoken. A groom crossing the yard with harness will later say, not that the master was soft, but that he asked after Bell's chest before speaking of the chimney. Villages are built upon grain weather and remembered emphasis. By 11 the room had grown warmer and less courteous. Wet wool releases a stronger smell once it begins to dry. Tempers do much the same. Mr. Harbury's abstract sat before him in exact order. Beside them, on my table, the underlying quarter book had begun to irritate me beyond patience. It was not the sums alone. It was the dates. I had noticed one inconsistency earlier and dismissed it as haste. By the 4th repetition it ceased to be innocent. Receipts entered in 1 week and copied into the abstract as though paid in another. Repair vouchers made to support scarcity in advance of a tenant hearing. Coal allowances shifted backward by 3 days so that a later payment appeared less indulgent than it was. Nothing so stupid as an impossible chronology. Merely enough smoothing to place necessity after discipline and relief after correction, as though the house only ever yielded once obedience had first been attempted. It was a fiction of moral order, and Harbury wrote it fluently. When a tenant from the mill field came in with less than half the expected sum, Harbury said, "You were carried through the September shortage, Dobson. The estate cannot continue rewarding delay." The man swallowed. "My eldest was took bad, sir. The doctor." Yes, every household has its doctor now." I looked up sharply. Mr. Locksley did the same. Dobson reddened to the ears. "I did not ask the doctor to come for pleasure, Sabar. No one suggested you had." Harbury's tone remained mild. That was the skill of him. He made cruelty sound like clarification. I put down my pencil. "The doctor's bill was entered on the 10th, I said. 3 heads turned at once. Dobson's, Harbury's, and Mr. Locksley's. I went on. "The coal relief for the same household appears on the 6th. Yet in the abstract the relief is grouped after the arrears notice, as if the one followed the other. It did not." Harbury's face did not change. "Miss Vale is reading beyond the purpose of an abstract." I am reading exactly to its purpose." Dobson stared at me as though I had begun speaking Greek. Mr. Locksley said, "What difference does it make?" Harbury answered before I could. "None, sir. None beyond the ordering of clerical convenience, ta." "It makes this difference," I said, "that one version describes a man aided after formal deficiency, and one describes a man aided before it. The sum is the same. The meaning is not." Harbury turned to me with a patience so polished it nearly shone. "You assign an emotional value to sequence that accounts do not bear. And you assign a moral value to sequence that they were made to bear exactly." For the first time that morning, silence struck hard enough to be heard. Dobson looked from one to the other of us with open alarm, as if he feared the house itself might now demand he choose a side. Mr. Locksley spared him that, he said. "Dobson, you may go. The balance stands over till next week. Harbury Market." The man left so quickly he nearly forgot his cap. Harbury marked something, though whether it was what he had been told to mark I could not yet say. Then he folded the abstract closed with calm, deliberate fingers. He said, "If every entry is to become a matter of philosophy, Crent Day will not end this side of Christmas." "No," said Mr. Locksley. "But it may end this side of honesty, which would be a greater inconvenience. There are moments in which a room does not merely hear a sentence but absorbs it. This was one. A stable lad waiting with a message from the far paddock pretended to inspect his boots and missed nothing. The maid with the owl tray lowered her eyes to the cups and spilled not a drop. Even the next tenant at the door, a woman with a shawl over both shoulders, and a boy of perhaps 8 beside her, hesitated before crossing the threshold, because she had understood well enough that something under the day's ordinary business had shifted. Harbury, however, was too experienced to yield ground publicly. He said, "As you wish, sir. If Miss Vale is to sit in judgment over sequence, perhaps she would also care to oversee the vouchers. There are several from last month still awaiting her finer moral reading." It was a challenge disguised as submission. He meant to make my scrutiny look theatrical, perhaps feminine in the worst sense, until the room grew embarrassed on my behalf. Before Mr. Locksley could speak, I said, "Gladly." Harbury's gaze sharpened. Then after the noon interval, "No," I said. The little boy by the door looked at me with something perilously close to admiration. His mother drew him back half a pace, perhaps fearing admiration in boys grows into impertinence in men. Harbury rested both hands on the table. "There are 10 more tenants waiting. And a dozen more after them may hear the wrong lesson if your ordering goes unchallenged." Mr. Locksley turned toward me. His face gave away nothing. Yet I knew, with the certainty one sometimes has about weather before the window admits it, that he understood exactly what I had done. I had not merely contradicted the steward. I had made it impossible to retreat into private paper later. "The room would remember," he said, "after the next 3. Harbury inclined his head, but I saw in the movement that I had cost him more than convenience. The 3 passed under strain. A payment in grain. A dispute over a boundary ditch. A mother asking time until her daughter's wages came home from service. Each time Harbury spoke first from the abstract. Each time I checked the quarter book before he could glide onward. Not enough to stop the business. Enough to force friction into it. By the end of the 3rd, my suspicion had become certainty. Harbury was not merely tidying. He was teaching the paper to flatter one view of the estate and condemn another, and the room knew it now, if not in those words. When the noon bell rang from the courtyard, people moved reluctantly, as if afraid to lose the thread of what had begun. The maid took away the owl tray. The stable lad vanished with his message at last. The woman with the shawl touched her boy's shoulder and drew him toward the yard, but not before turning once to look back at me. Not with affection, with recognition. So this, I thought, was how gossip acquired body. Not by a kiss in a corridor or a note mislaid in a prayer book. By a man in authority listening to a woman publicly, where he might more easily have corrected her, and by other people deciding they had witnessed something larger than figures. Mr. Locksley moved to my side table. He said, You were not wrong quietly. No. You might still have waited. And allowed Harbury 3 more tenants' worth of instruction. His glance cut briefly toward the open door. That is not what I meant. I knew very well what he meant. That my voice had sounded too plainly in the room. That my place at his side table had become something the village could carry away in pieces and reassemble to suit itself by evening. I closed the quarter book. Then say what you mean. Mr. Locksley. His expression altered by no more than a shadow. He said, I mean, that by tonight half the estate will know I ask you what the books say before I tell you what they ought to mean. There was nothing gallant in it. Nothing flirtatious. And because there was nothing of that kind, the truth of it went in more deeply than nonsense would have done. I tied my notes together. Then let us hope, I said, that by tomorrow the other half will know why. The weather broke properly just after noon. Not into rain, which would have been ordinary enough for that week, but into the kind of hard northern storm that seems less to fall than to travel sideways with intent. One heard it first in the yard before one saw it. A striking against shutters. A sudden livelier rattle at the casements. Then the stable doors banged twice in succession, and every servant within reach acquired that sharpened economy of motion which belongs to houses accustomed to weather doing damage by the minute. Mr. Harbury's vouchers were not in the account room. Of course they were not. He had produced 6, all for recent repairs, all maddeningly proper, each folded, docketed, and supported by just enough hand and seal to survive the glance of a man eager to be reassured. The more useful packet, he said, remained in the outer office by the coach stores, because he had not expected so immediate a demand for older papers. I regret the inconvenience, he had said, regretting nothing at all. I do not, I had replied. Inconvenience is often the first honest condition in a false system. Mr. Harbury had looked at me as one might look at a draft under a door one had thought well stopped. Now, the draft had become a gale. We crossed the yard with our heads bent into it. Mr. Locksley a step ahead, one hand at the brim of his hat, and the other taking the packet-box from the groom, before the man could offer to carry it farther. I had my cloak pulled close and one hand on my bonnet ribbons, which the storm had already judged unequal to their office. Was the office chosen? I called over the wind, for convenience or concealment. Today, he called back. For your misery, I think. The answer pleased me more than it ought to have done, perhaps, because it admitted the day had begun treating us as allies against something other than each other. The outer office proved smaller and colder than I had expected, with shelves built into one wall. A hided desk nailed near the window, and a sour smell of damp paper rising from everything not kept in leather. We stood half an hour there with the vouchers spread beneath weights to keep them from lifting, while the storm worried the door and the thin light at the casement turned whiter and meaner. Not one of the papers improved my opinion of Mr. Harbury. 2 invoices bore the same hand beneath different masons' names. One bill for slate had been copied onto newer paper, though dated to the previous year. 3 receipts that ought to have come from the same supplier were signed with 3 different forms of the same surname, as though the man could not remember what he called himself from quarter to quarter. Mr. Locksley leaned over the desk beside me, braced on one hand, and read without wasting time on false surprise. He said, "This one is impossible." Touching the copied slate bill. The old north shed was not repaired in March. I was here in March. The scaffolding did not go up until April. Then April has borrowed March's respectability. His head turned slightly. You make dishonesty sound almost literary. All dishonesty wishes to be admired for its composition. That won me the brief shadow of amusement I had begun to value too much. He straightened and moved to the window. Outside, the yard had dissolved into white, driven rain and flying leaves, the corners of buildings appearing and vanishing like thoughts one does not care to keep. The groom who had followed us this far had wisely retreated to the stable. There was no returning to the house at once, not unless one wished to arrive soaked through and made ridiculous before half the servants. He said, We shall have to wait. Then the storm has done me a kindness. Harbury can hardly reclaim his papers, while the sky is still trying to remove the roof. He looked back at the desk. You are very sure of him. I am sure of Pattern. Him I reserve the right to dislike more precisely later. That answer should have ended matters. Instead, the weather closed us in more thoroughly, and, with the work spread open between us, there was no polite distance left to retreat into. The room admitted only to state its business or silence. We had already done too much business for one storm. Mr. Locksley took off his gloves and laid them on the sill to dry, though no part of the room promised dryness. He then removed his hat, ran one hand once through rain-darkened hair, and said, without turning, "My aunt was not wrong at dinner." That was not a sentence I had expected from him. In which respect? I asked. He faced me then, and rested back against the wall beside the window, the storm at his shoulder, and the packet box between us like an uninvited third party. In the respect that if I had what the world calls sense, I would settle this house by measures more public and more palatable than ledger truth. I kept my place at the desk. You mean a marriage. I mean money that arrives with a face creditors already approve of. There was no bitterness in it, only distaste carefully folded. And Miss Annesley supplies this. He said, her father's confidence would supply it. Possibly her own fortune as well. More importantly, the connection would reassure men who like estates to look allied before they agree to wait. I looked down at the copied invoices again, less because they required me than because I did not wish him to see at once how thoroughly I understood the insult of the thing. Not to Miss Annesley. To him. To any person measured against the convenience of another family's comfort. And does she wish to be useful in this way? I asked. He gave a sound that was not laughter. I have no idea what she wishes. It has not been much required of her that she state it plainly. Rain struck the casement so hard that one of the voucher corners lifted, and had to be caught at once. I put the weight over it more firmly. Then you are both fortunate, I said. You may save a house and ruin two tempers at the same time. His mouth altered. You assume mine is not already ruined. That would depend on whether you call resignation a mood or a policy. For a moment, only the wind answered. Then he said, more quietly than before, do you always speak like this to men on whom your position depends? I try not to depend on them. That is not the same thing. No, I said. Heat is merely the cleaner ambition. He looked at me then in a way that made the room seem even smaller than it was. Not because his gaze was heated. There are easier dangers than heat. No. What unsettled me was the steadiness of it, the sense that he was placing my answer somewhere he intended to keep. He said, You are very determined not to be pitied. I touched the edge of the nearest paper so that my fingers had something useful to do. Pity is only condescension given a softer name. Sometimes, most times. You speak from experience. Do you not? That checked him. Not publicly, internally. I saw it in the set of his shoulders rather than his face. He said, Not in the same way. No. You are a man and master here. If they pity you, they do it by telling you how much they admire your burden. He let out one breath through his nose. Almost a laugh and not at all a happy one. And if they pity you, they recommend safety, modesty, and gratitude in varying orders. His eyes did not leave mine. And, what do you recommend to yourself? The storm made one long furious pass along the roof and then broke against the yard again, as if the entire house had drawn a sharp breath. Work, I said. Something in his face changed then, though slightly. Not softness. Recognition. It was a more intimate thing. I turned away from it first. There are moments one feels a scene passing some invisible threshold and steps back on instinct. Not because the threshold is wicked, but because crossing it alters how the previous hour may later be described. So I said briskly, If your future is to be purchased by Miss Annesley's father's patients, then Harbury's books are worse than merely false. They are dangerous. A man deciding whom to trust cannot afford flattering numbers. He said, He cannot. You should dismiss Harbury. Perhaps. That displeased me. Perhaps. He has served here since before my father died. Half the tenants are accustomed to him. Every supplier knows his hand. If I remove him without proving enough, I frighten the house, vindicate my aunt's fears, and possibly lose what little confidence remains outside these walls. It was a practical answer. I hated it for being practical. And if you keep him, then I do so with my eyes open and yours in the books. That was too direct. I bent over the desk and sorted the invoices into cleaner order than they deserved. You make poor use of comfort when you mean to offer it, I said. His reply came after a pause. I was not offering comfort, no. He had not been. That was the trouble. The storm eased a little after that. Enough for the outline of the stable yard to return in degrees. We might have gone back then, but some unwillingness held us where we were another few minutes. As if both of us understood that once the house had us in separate corridors again, whatever honesty the weather had forced upon us would then back into propriety. It was I who broke the spell, if spell it was. This packet is recent, I said, touching the stack we had just reviewed. Too recent, and too complete. He expected scrutiny somewhere and prepared what would survive it. Then what did he not prepare? The quarter before these, I said at once. Or the one before that. Somewhere the smoothing became bolder. Men who think themselves safe repeat what first succeeded. Mr. Locksley came back to the desk. We have the quarter, books in the account room. Some of them. He went still. I looked up. What is it? Instead of answering directly, he pulled the packet box nearer, checked the docket on its lid, then the shelf in the outer office, then the packet list folded into the flap. He said, There should be another bundle. Oh, vouchers. No, the Hillary quarter book, last winter into spring. My pulse changed at once. You are certain? I saw it when the box was first brought down last month. It was tied with blue tape because the original red had snapped. I remember it because Harbury complained of the slovenliness. I put out my hand. Let me see the list. He gave it to me. The docket was old, the editions newer. Household quarter books, Michaelmas, Christmas, Lady Day, Midsummer. Then repairs, then tenant roll supplements. And there, between Christmas and Lady Day, a line crossed through so neatly one might have missed it had one not been made suspicious already. Hillary quarter. Removed for copying, no return mark. No initials. No date. I looked up slowly. He took an entire quarter book out of circulation. Mr. Locksley's face had gone very still. Or someone did. Harbury. You do not know that yet. No, I said. I know only that the quarter containing Bell's Fever Winter, the chimney notation, and your copied repair sequence has vanished for copying and has not returned. Harbury may name another culprit if he likes. I shall be delighted to hear how. The room felt colder after that, though the wind had lessened. An entire quarter book. Not a relabeled line. Not a polished abstract, removal. The difference was almost a relief. Petty concealment insults the mind. Larger concealment clarifies the game. Mr. Locksley gathered the remaining papers with fast, precise movements. We go back now. His voice had changed. Whatever uncertainty he had permitted himself an hour before was gone. Not softened. Fixed. I took up my notebook and the packet list, then paused. If that quarter book is missing, I said, Harbury will know by the time we speak to him that the matter has ceased to be clerical. He may. And your aunt. He looked at the storm-struck yard once before opening the door. He said, My aunt will know it the moment she sees my face. It was not vanity. Merely family truth. We crossed back through rain light enough now to soak rather than strike. The yard all shining mud, and wet stone under a sky that had exhausted its temper without improving its character. The house rose before us pale and closed, every window holding some degree of witness behind it. At the side entrance he paused just long enough for me to regain the step above the threshold. Miss Vale. What? Yes. When this turns ugly, it will do so quickly. I had already assumed ugliness. Something almost like impatience crossed his face. That is not what I mean. I knew then what he did mean. The servants. The aunt. The village. The missing quarter book. My keys. His questions asked before others. A house can tolerate quiet suspicion for weeks. It cannot tolerate an actual breach in paper without seeking a body on which to pin blame. I shall not leave, I said. He held my gaze a moment longer. I had not asked you to. No, I said, but I thought I might spare you the effort. That won me the briefest, bleakest ghost of amusement. Then, he opened the inner door, and the warmth of the passage met us like a warning. Chapter 3, Ashes in the Desk. By the next morning, Brackenmere had put on one of its falsely calm faces. The storm had washed the yard clean of loose leaves, and made every stone shine, as though the house had nothing to conceal. Servants moved with their usual purpose. Fires had been laid. Breakfast trays went up and down. Somewhere on the east side, a maid beat a carpet with such steady force that it sounded almost like confidence. Only the papers in the account room refused the disguise. They looked the same as ever, but, once a quarter book has gone missing, every tied bundle in the room acquires the expression of a witness, who may yet be made to speak. I had been at work less than half an hour when Mrs. Finch appeared in the doorway. Mr. Locksley asks whether you may come to the late master's study. The request was not ordinary. Houses distinguish very clearly between rooms one may pass through for use and rooms whose doors carry memory as if it were another lock. No, I asked. If he had meant next week, miss, he would have said so. I closed the ledger before me and capped my ink. As we crossed the West Passage, I became aware that the household knew more already. Not the contents of the books. Houses never know facts whole, they know currents. A second footman, carrying coal scuttles, stood aside too quickly. A parlour maid dusting the stair rail did not look at me at all, which told me she had been warned not to. Even the gardener at the side window paused with his basket as though uncertain whether my being sent toward the west rooms in daylight was a sign of favor or of trouble. It was both. The late master's study lay beyond the library, in a narrow room with built-in presses, one tall bureau of dark wood, and 2 windows overlooking the drive. It was less handsome than I had expected and more revealing. The carpet had thinned only before the bureau and the hearth. No one had lived in it lately, but someone had stood at those 2 places enough to keep habit from wholly dying. On the desk lay packets of letters, 1 account ledger, a ring of smaller keys, and a square tin box with its lid lifted back. Mr. Locksley stood at the window when I entered. He turned at once. He said, I took the liberty, indicating the desk, beginning without you. You are at liberty to begin in your own father's room, I think. That depends whom you ask. I glanced toward the door. Letty Rowan. He did not answer directly, which was answer enough. The room smelled of old leather, extinguished ash, and the dry dust that accumulates in drawers opened only when necessity ceases to care whether memory approves. Mr. Locksley had already done some sorting. I could see it in the piles. Family letters, solicitors' correspondence, estate notices, personal memoranda tied apart with black ribbon. On the edge of the desk, half under the tin box, lay a small spill of gray dust too fine for ordinary dust and too dark for paper mold. You have been burning something, I said. Only duplicates. Only is a dangerous word in a room of papers. His mouth altered slightly. You begin the morning in charity, Miss Val. I begin it with caution. He came away from the window and placed 1 folded letter before me. This is why I sent for you. The hand on the outside was formal and legal, addressed not to him but to his father 3 years earlier. The seal had been broken long ago, refolded, and opened again recently with less patience than the first time. I unfolded it carefully. The paper crackled at one corner, where damp must once have got in and been dried too near the fire. The letter was from a solicitor in Kendal. Most of it concerned routine matters, tenant boundaries, a timber lease, 2 small settlements. The useful line sat near the end, innocently enough, as if it expected to be overlooked. With regard to the additional paper touching the protected household charges and widow remissions, I repeat my former advice that the matter cannot with prudence remain indefinitely unresolved. If the codicillary intention is to stand, it ought to stand plainly. I read it twice, then I lifted my eyes. Protected household charges, I said. Widow remissions. And codicillary intention. Wes. There are discoveries that please one professionally and discoveries that offend one morally. This managed both. You did not mention yesterday, I said, that a solicitor had written of a codicil. I did not know of this letter yesterday, Don. Deed your aunt. I do not yet know what my aunt knows and what she only prefers to manage. I laid the letter flat and smoothed the fold with one finger. Then we have moved beyond concealment in the abstracts. Yes. Into family knowledge. His face grew a degree harder. Yes. That room altered how one spoke. In the account room, the pressure belonged to figures and exposure. Here it belonged to blood, furniture, and all that dead men leave others to sort at indecent hours. I turned back to the line. These widow remissions, I said. Not general benevolence, specific women. So it appears. And protected household charges. That sounds less like courtesy than obligation. He leaned one hand against the desk. My father had a habit of promising things in the tone of temporary kindness, and then continuing them so long that the house came to rely on them without their ever being properly set down.
What things?
He looked at the bundles rather than at me when he answered. Allowances to 2 widows on the South Road after the fever years. Support for the Bells after Bell Sr. was crushed under timber. A pension to an old nurserymaid who had nowhere to go. An understanding that no wet nurse engaged for one household child would be left unpaid if death or illness shifted the burden elsewhere. Small obligations, taken one by one, less small once they become a pattern. I thought of the broth, the coal, the hidden line items with their respectable disguises. Your mother kept them alive, he said. She kept everything alive. The words came so quickly that they surprised him as much as me. For a moment, neither of us touched the papers. There are silences owned by decorum and silences owned by fatigue. This was neither. It belonged to recognition and to the danger of it. Not recognition of desire. That would have been easier. Recognition of the precise shape in which another person's burden has been carried. I broke it first. And when she died. He took up another paper from the desk and held it out, not as if yielding evidence, but as if conceding terrain already lost. Harbury regularized what could be made to look regular. My father, I think, meant repeatedly to settle the matter, and repeatedly preferred not to put his name plainly to a burden that might later limit him. Or his hair. This time he met my eyes directly. Wes. I accepted the second paper. It was not a formal legal document, only a memorandum in his father's own hand, impatiently written, and crossed through in places. Yet certain phrases stood out cleanly enough. The house must not be stripped of decency to satisfy appearances. Mother insists Bell and Fenwick matters remain off the general book's additional paper to be made, once Annesley business is settled. Annesley again. So the useful connection Lady Rowan preferred was not merely present convenience. It had roots. You have creditors now, I said, and Annesley's then. My father negotiated with that family more than once. Timber, leases, introductions, obligations, marriages. The forms alter. The appetite does not. I returned the paper. If he intended a codicil and never executed it, Harbury may have found the most profitable condition possible. Obligations real enough to use. Unclear enough to move. Discreet enough to hide. And my aunt. She may have helped keep peace where law was never allowed to finish its work. His mouth tightened. That is a generous reading. Eat is the least ruinous one available before breakfast is over. That won me a breath that might have become laughter in another room. He moved to the bureau then, and unlocked the middle drawer with one of the smaller keys. Inside lay tied packets, sealing wax, string, a sand shaker, and a shallow wooden tray with ash in one corner, as if papers had been burned there when a man had been too impatient to carry them to the grate. I looked at the tray. You burn duplicates at your desk, I said. My father did. The answer went through me more sharply than it ought. Not because it was intimate. Because it gave the room a habit. I came nearer to the bureau. Not so near as to make him step back. Near enough that I could see where one pigeonhole at the top had been emptied more recently than the rest, the dust line broken cleanly by absent paper. What was kept there? He followed my gaze. I do not know. You do now. The papers no one wished left in easier drawers. Before he could answer, the door opened without a knock. Lady Rowan entered carrying a letter knife and one folded note, as if she had merely been passing and had not chosen that moment with care sharpened by long practice. Her gown was dark plum this morning, the silk severe, the collar high enough to make softness seem a failure of breeding. She said, so, taking in the desk, the open packets, and my place beside the bureau in one swift glance. We are now disturbing the dead before luncheon. Mr. Locksley straightened. We are clarifying what the dead left disorderly. Ere you. As she came no farther into the room than the carpet edge. I had thought you were allowing Miss Vale to convert every private act of decency in this family into an accountancy scandal. I answered before I could be wise enough not to. If decency depends upon being hidden, Lady Rowan, scandal is already doing half the work. Her eyes came to me cool and exact. You have been in this house scarcely 3 days. Long enough to see coal broth, nursing, and widow support made to disappear under labels chosen for the comfort of men who read quickly. And longer, it seems, than is healthy for your respect. Mr. Locksley said. Aunt. She stopped him with no more than a turn of her head. No. Since Miss Vale speaks so freely, let her hear something freely said in return. Houses this do not survive on the luxury of naming every duty aloud. Some things are managed because management is kinder than display. Your mother understood that, Daniel. Your father understood it intermittently. Harbury understands it better than either, though I begin to suspect that understanding will now be treated here as a defect. I held her gaze. Management and concealment are not twins, Lady Rowan. Nor are youth and judgment. The line ought to have stung more than it did. Perhaps because it was less an insult than a category, and I had been categorized by better women than she. Mr. Locksley spoke then, and his voice had altered. Thera's reference here to a codicil. Her hand tightened on the note she carried, only slightly. Enough. A reference is not a document. No, but it is not nothing. May be less than nothing if you let eagerness turn memorandum into law. I said. No one has called it law. She said. Not yet. And now the full force of her attention settled on me. But one begins with phrases, Miss Vale. One continues with possibilities. One ends by rearranging the obligations of a family one does not belong to. The words landed exactly where she meant them to. Not on my pride. On my place. I felt the hit. I would have been a fool not to. Yet the room itself, with its ashtray and emptied pigeonhole and black, ribboned packets, argued against her too strongly for me to yield the ground. If the obligations are real, I said, they exist whether I belong to the family or not. And if they are not, she returned, if your presence here encourages Daniel to mistake every old kindness for a permanent claim, will you pay the difference when the estate is forced to reckon with it? Or only advise him nobly while others bear the consequences? That was better, stronger. A real blow. Before I could answer, Mr. Locksley said, "Nuff." It was not loud. It did not need to be. Lady Rowan's face did not change, but the room did. One felt immediately that she had expected resistance from me and not from him. He said, "We shall search the remaining papers. All of them. The bureau, the lock presses, the old dispatch chests, and Harbury's stored packets. Before the creditor review," she said. "You mean before you embarrass yourself irretrievably in front of them? Mean before I decide my future from false books and half-buried letters?" She looked from him to me once more. This time not as though I were temporary, but as though I had become expensive. She said, "That future," very evenly, "does not belong to ledgers alone." Then she left. The door shut with less sound than I had expected. That made it worse. For a moment, neither of us moved. The study seemed smaller after her exit, not larger. Family pressure does not leave a room merely because the speaker does. At last I said, "She knows more." "Yes." "She is afraid of the codicil." "Yes." He did not sit. Neither did I. It was not the hour for lowered defenses. "When is the creditor review?" I asked. 4 days. Who comes?" 2 men from Kendal. 1 from the Annesley's office. Possibly Mr. Annesley himself. if he wishes the weight of his boots to be felt on the boards. That was answer enough. I looked at the emptied pigeonhole, the ash in the tray, the bundles waiting with their black ribbons like mourning still not finished with the house. Then we have 4 days, I said, to search old desks, dispatch chests, stored packets, and every steward's paper he has ever mislabeled as convenience. He nodded once. And if we find nothing, then we shall at least know what was meant to be left behind. Something shifted then, not in rank, in method. We had ceased discussing whether the search was proper, and had begun arranging it as necessary. I will take the bureau and the pressed correspondence, I said. You take the family chests and any papers locked on your authority rather than Harbury's. Mrs. Finch may help us identify what household charges changed hands after your mother died. The steward's room cannot be searched openly without warning him, he said. No. But the coach store packets can, and the old estate chest in the miniment room. Harbury forgets I have keys there. I held up the smaller ring from the desk. Then give me what you can spare. He looked at the keys in my palm and then at me. This was not like the first ring in the hall. That had been necessity wearing courtesy. This was something riskier, not because of contact or softness. Because every additional lock opened to me would narrow the number of plausible explanations a house could later invent. He chose 2 keys, laid them on the blotter between us, and said, "The West Press, the lower dispatch chest." I took them. "We search before dinner," I said, "before my aunt has time to persuade me into prudence." That would be disastrous. So I begin to understand. It ought not to have pleased me that he said it. It did. Which was precisely why I turned at once to the papers, gathered the solicitor's letter, the memorandum, and the docket slip into one neat stack, and said in the driest voice I could manage, "Very well, Mr. Locksley, let us see what your dead have failed to destroy." The West Press stood in a corridor so little used that the boards announced us before we reached it. Not loudly. Brackenmere was too old for loudness except where weather or family required it. But the sound beneath our feet changed. Lived in parts of the house, steps were softened by repetition, by runners, by domestic traffic. Here the boards held themselves apart, and every tread returned a dry, reserved complaint, as if offended by disturbance after years of being trusted with silence. Mr. Locksley carried the lamp. I had the solicitor's letter, my notebook, and the 2 keys he had given me tucked into my work pocket, beneath the fold of my skirt. The corridor itself ran behind a sequence of lesser family rooms long since closed except in summer. Their doors were shut. Their brass had been dulled by infrequent use rather than neglect. Even the air was different there. Colder than elsewhere, yes, but also stiller, with the smell of wax, old wool, and that faint papery dryness one only finds where drawers have been kept closed long enough for dust to become a kind of memory. "The West Press was your mother's?" I asked. He lifted the lamp a little as we stopped before the recessed oak doors. "At first, then anyone's who wished to put something aside and not see it every day. That is a dangerous definition of household storage. So I am beginning to learn." I fitted the smaller key. It resisted, then yielded with a hard little turn that sent an unwelcome thrill through me. There is always a first second in opening a long, closed press when one feels absurdly as though the room itself has been waiting with a private opinion. I drew the door wide. Shelves. Dispatch boxes. Hat cartons reused for letters. Folded estate maps. 3 account ledgers too old to be immediately relevant. A stack of household memoranda tied with ribbons that had once been blue and now were merely defeated. In the lower section behind 2 flattened work baskets stood a shallow iron-bound chest. Nothing dramatic, nothing with guilt written on its face. Which was, perhaps, more useful. Mr. Locksley set the lamp on the wall bracket beside us. He said, "You take the upper shelves. I will see to the chest." There was no reason to object. Yet the corridor was narrow enough that our very not arguing felt charged. He knelt to the lower lock. I reached above shoulder height for the nearest carton of letters. Our sleeves brushed at once. Not by accident. Not by design either. Only because the press had been built for storage and not for two determined people searching it together. I moved my arm back immediately. Forgive me. There is nothing to forgive. No, I said. He said, only to notice. Nothing to that, though I knew he had noticed too. I began with the top shelves. Family correspondence first, much of it useless to me except for dates and habits. Notes about calls. A request for pheasants. Condolence letters tied apart with black. 2 invitations never answered. 1 furious little page from a dressmaker insisting on payment in a tone so respectful it nearly became insolence. I made quick piles on the side table by the lamp, personal, social, irrelevant, possibly relevant. The possibly relevant grew faster than I liked. Families who are accustomed to managing by implication rarely label the most useful papers as what they are. Below me, Mr. Locksley opened the iron-bound chest. How bad? I asked. Not bad. That meant bad. I lowered 1 packet and crouched beside him. The chest held account copies, folded memoranda, 2 leases, a sheaf of old tenant complaints. And at the very bottom a layer of gray, black residue caught in the corners as though something had once been burned there, and then only half cleaned away. Not enough ash to destroy a great quantity. Enough to suggest selected ruin. I touched the corner lightly. Paper.
Wes!
Burned here rather than in the grate.
Why?
Because grates are observed. Chests are not. Ash in a grate may be taken for ordinary comfort. Ash in a chest is intention. He did not immediately answer. He was looking not at the ash but at the folded papers above it, one by one, as if seeing the entire chest differently now that it had admitted what it had swallowed. There are moments at work when another person's mind visibly turns beside one's own. Not with noise. With alignment. I had known that with men much older than I in counting houses and rectory studies when figures suddenly arranged themselves into motive. The sensation is not romantic. It is more dangerous. Romance may be dismissed. Recognition cannot. I shifted first, partly to break the moment. These leases may wait. He handed them up to me without comment. There is more underneath. Under the first layer lay a false board, poorly fitted though perhaps adequate against a casual eye. He looked at me, then at the board. I hate false bottoms, I said. I see that. Bah. He pried it up with the letter knife he had put in his pocket earlier. Beneath lay no treasure, only a flat packet tied with worn red tape, 2 sealed notes long broken open, and a single folded page darkened at one edge by smoke. I took the page first. The upper corner had burned away. Not enough to lose the whole. Enough to force reconstruction from what remained. The hand was older, broader, and less orderly than the solicitor's. His father's. I thought at once. I read the surviving lines. Not have Bell matter argued in open account before A. Nurse charges to remain with house so long as F. is willing. If Rowan presses the question, say only that mother wished it so. Paper to be added when matters with Annesley are settled. Again Annesley, again delay, again private obligation postponed into a more convenient future. It is him, I said. My father. Wes? Mr. Locksley took the page from me and read it once, then again more slowly, as if the shape of the loss mattered as much as the surviving words. He said. He never finished anything he disliked. It was not spoken bitterly. That made it worse. I untied the flat packet. More fragments. 1 unsigned note in Lady Rowan's hand, advising against multiplying explicit burdens. 1 memorandum from a doctor regarding Mrs. Bell's lungs after the fever winter. 1 list of household disbursements marked by his mother, I thought, with 3 items underlined: Bell coal, Fenwick nurse compensation, Dawes pension. At the bottom, in a firmer, darker hand than the rest, was written, do not let Harbury absorb these into general household. If they are to be borne, they must be borne knowingly. I read that line aloud. The corridor seemed to narrow around us. Mr. Locksley held out his hand for the page. I gave it to him. His fingers closed over the edge rather than the paper, and for 1 second longer than necessary my hand remained between his and the note. It ought to have meant nothing. It did not. Not because there was warmth in it. There was very little. Our hands were both cold from the corridor and the papers. Not because there was any liberty in it. There was none. but because it felt so unforced, so easy. As though without intending it, we had crossed into a mode of work in which passing truth from one to the other no longer required ceremony. I withdrew my hand first and stood up at once. "Your mother understood the exact danger," I said. He remained where he was, looking at the page. "Yes. She wished the burdens visible." "Yes. And someone overruled visibility in favor of control." Bah, he rose more slowly. "Or survival, bah. That is Lady Rowan's preferred word. And not yours. Not where survival depends upon one person deciding which truth may be spoken and which must serve her in secret." He set the page with the others on the side table, aligning the corners with a care that told me he was containing more than paper. "And we still do not have the codicil." "No, only references. References that agree. That is already more than accident. We moved on, because work was the safest course left to us." He took the next dispatch box. The cartons farther back. The corridor filled with the small disciplined sounds of searching paper lifted, ribbon untied, board tested, hinge resisted, note discarded, relevant page laid aside. Outside, the weather had improved enough that a weak daylight reached the passage windows, but not enough to make the lamp needless. In the third carton I found a packet of household keys no longer in use, and beneath them a sequence of half-folded calling lists. Useless until the last sheet, where the back had been employed for rough notes. Whoever had used it, his father again, I thought, had written name, dates and sums in a vertical sequence. Bells. Fenwick, South Road widow. Then a final name I did not know, Mrs. Parrott. Nursery account settled through Rowan until spring. I turned the page over. Another widow. Mr. Locksley looked up from the dispatch box. "Parrott." "Yes." He took the list and scanned it. "She was my sister's former nurse. Widowed young. She lodged in the Gate Cottage some years." "Some years," I repeated. "Then she died or left?" "I am not sure." "Oh, you are not sure because the support was hidden." He did not dispute it. What emerged gradually from the papers was not a single dramatic secret, but a system of managed tenderness, never granted the dignity of standing in its own name. His mother had tried, here and there, to keep lines visible. His father had delayed. Lady Rowan had cautioned restraint. Harbury, whether from conviction or convenience, had gathered all such obligations into the places least likely to trouble a gentleman's conscience. The result was not only confusion. It was leverage. Anyone controlling the papers controlled the apparent size, shape, and even morality of the house's duty. By the time we emptied the second dispatch chest, my back ached and the side table was thick with evidence. Broken seals. Smoke-marked fragments. Notes returned to and refolded. Leaves cut from their original packets. 2 account pages torn not wholly away but close enough to leave jagged witness in the stitching. Mr. Locksley touched one such remnant. "This was done recently." "How do you know?" "The tear is clean and the paper brighter beneath where it was covered." I leaned nearer. He was right. Even the dust line told on it. "Then whoever removes things from these old packets is not merely tidying the dead," I said. "They are still curating the living." He went still. "That was the word, curating. Not losing. Not forgetting. Choosing," he said. "Harbury." "Yes. You do not hesitate." "I hesitate where uncertainty improves truth. Here it only flatters caution." He braced one hand against the press and bowed his head for a moment, not in defeat, but in that brief gathering of thought by which certain men keep themselves from becoming violent out of principle. He said, "Very well, at last. If he curates paper, then he curates access. Which means every stored packet, every copied abstract, every removed quarter book has passed through his order first." Unless Lady Rowan instructed him. He lifted his head. "You think they act together?" "I think they may prefer some of the same silences for different reasons." That displeased him. Not because it was false. Because it might not be. I returned to the upper shelf and drew out the last remaining packet. It was lighter than it should have been. Too light for its size. When I untied the ribbon, the answer appeared at once. Missing leaves, several of them, removed from the center rather than the ends. A neat vandalism. On the surviving pages. Enough remained to tell me the packet had once held correspondence between the house and the Annesleys across a period of several months. Now, half the useful months were gone. Mr. Locksley. He came at once to my side. This one, I said. It has been thinned. He took the packet, turned the leaves, saw the gaps. I could feel the distance between us narrowing again. Not in body alone, but in the dangerous way shared outrage can imitate intimacy if one is not disciplined. Do you know the dates? I asked. He read the first surviving page. Winter into spring. The same stretch as the missing Hillary Quarter book. So the papers touching your obligations and the papers touching the Annesleys disappear together. Yes. We both understood what such a pairing suggested. That the house's hidden burdens and the family's useful alliance had not merely coexisted. They had been negotiated against one another. The thought was ugly. It was also clean. I reached for my notebook and found, to my annoyance, that my fingers were not entirely steady. Not from fear. Not quite. From the sensation of standing on a pattern, just as it ceased being theoretical and became humanly deliberate. Mr. Locksley noticed. Of course he did, he said. You are cold. I am angry. One does not prevent the other. He took up the lamp from the bracket and set it nearer the side table. Then crossed to the end of the corridor, where an old linen press stood half open. From within he drew a folded wool traveling rug and brought it back without comment, laying it across the edge of the side table near my hands. I looked at it, then at him. This is dangerous, I said. The rug. The ease. He did not pretend not to understand. The silence after that was one I shall remember too clearly at 80 if I live so long. No declaration. No movement beyond what had already occurred. Only the fact of a man and woman standing in a cold, neglected corridor over the remains of family papers, both of them knowing that what had become easy between them was not touch or flirtation or even comfort. It was use. Trust. And being answered quickly. That is a worse danger than attraction. Attraction can be fought by distance. Ease follows one into the next room. At last he said, in a voice lower than before. You may dislike me for it if you choose, Miss Vale, but I would rather have your fingers warm than your pride untouched. I ought to have answered with something sharp enough to re-establish all proper borders at once. I had the wit for it, usually. Instead I said, that is a very inconvenient sentence. Yes. Do not say another like it. The ghost of something crossed his face. Not triumph. Nothing so vulgar. Something more sober, and for that reason, more difficult to withstand, he said. I shall try. That was the moment at which I knew we had reached the edge of something and must step back or tumble over it like fools in a circulating library novel. So I wrapped the rug around my shoulders without thanking him. Thanks would have made too much of it, and said in the driest tone I could summon. Very well. Let us finish ruining Harbury's arrangements before dinner. It worked. Not perfectly. Enough. He returned at once to the papers, and the corridor became again what it had to be, a place of locks, ash, and missing leaves. By the time we were done, we had no codicil. No full legal instrument. No clean triumph. What we had instead was worse for anyone hoping to preserve a false comma chain. His mother marking the burdens. His father delaying their settlement. Lady Rowan resisting explicit burden. Annesley papers thinned. The Hillary Quarter book removed. Packets curated after the fact. And Harbury's hand, or at least his authority, lying across the point where household duty, creditor reassurance, and family convenience met. I capped my ink and closed the notebook. This is not enough to accuse, I said. No. It is enough to frighten whoever has been arranging the papers. Yes. And enough, I added, to make your aunt very anxious, if she sees what we have placed together. He looked at the stacked evidence on the side table, then at the corridor behind us, where any servant turning the corner would have seen more than we could easily explain. He said, "We'll take these to the account room." No. I gathered the packets. He took the lamp. As we turned back toward the main passage, I glanced once over my shoulder at the open press, the empty spaces where papers had been, and the ash still caught in the chest corners below. Brackenmere had not been losing its truth by neglect. It had been edited. We had just laid out the recovered papers in the account room, when the first carriage rolled up the front sweep. One learns to distinguish arrivals by sound if one spends enough time in a house not one's own. A tradesman's cart announces burden before dignity. A tenant's gig comes in apology and mud. This was neither. The wheels had that well-kept hush which belongs to money spent on maintenance before vanity, and the horses were checked at the steps with a confidence that suggested they expected to be received, not merely admitted. Mr. Locksley, who had been comparing the cut edge of one packet against the docket list, lifted his head at once. I said, "Annesley." He shook his head. "No, the Annesleys never arrive before they have made certain of an audience." "Then who?" As if in answer, there came a quick knock at the half-open door, followed by the second footman, visibly trying to look as though this were an ordinary interruption, and not a message he had been sent unwillingly to deliver. Lady Rowan asks, "Sir, whether Miss Vale would come upstairs." Mr. Locksley's attention sharpened. "For what purpose?" The footman performed the sort of respectable hesitation that means a servant has been told only part of what he carries. "There are visitors, sir. Mrs. Thorne and Miss Thorne." "So." "Not an Annesley, but a relation near enough to the same future to serve the purpose." Lady Rowan thought. The footman went on, "that Miss Vale might prefer not to be left below stairs when callers are in the house." Prefer. There was a charitable word for a trap. I looked at Mr. Locksley, he looked the papers, then at me. He said, "If you go, quietly, she means to place you." "And if I do not?" "She will place you anyway," more crudely. That was true enough. I capped the ink, straightened the nearest packet, and said, "Then I had better discover which arrangement she considers least ruinous." "Ah." He did not smile. He said, "No, you had better discover how much she thinks I may yet be persuaded." The footman waited with commendable blankness. He heard every word. By supper the scullery would have its own version of them. I rose. "My gown is not fit for callers." "Your gown," said Mr. Locksley, "is the least remarkable thing in this house today." That was, perhaps, meant kindly. It did not feel kind. It felt like a warning dressed in fact. I went up by the back stair with my pulse behaving in a manner I disliked, and therefore refused to acknowledge. In my room I changed nothing but my collar and smoothed my sleeves with both hands until the cloth yielded no further improvement. There are battles one meets with artillery. Others one meets with a cleaner cuff. I had no artillery. When I entered the blue drawing room, I saw at once that Lady Rowan had arranged her pieces carefully and had not yet decided whether I was to be displayed or dismissed. The room had been lit despite the hour, for the sky outside had turned that dim silver which makes late afternoon in autumn resemble the back half of evening. A fire burned low but steady. Tea had been laid. Lady Rowan occupied the sofa that best received the room. Mrs. Thorne sat opposite her, handsome in the severe, comfortable style of a woman who considers admiration wasteful after 40. Her daughter, Miss Frances Thorne, I presumed, was seated near the window with a book open on her lap, and no sign at all of having read the page before her. She was not striking in the vulgar sense. She had no need to be. Her prettiness had been schooled into usefulness. Fair hair dressed simply, a clear brow, a complexion that had never known hard weather, and a mouth whose chief expression seemed to be self-command. Not timid, then. Merely well-governed. All three women looked at me when I entered. Only Miss Frances did not make me pay immediately for it. "Miss Vale," said Lady Rowan, with that same dangerous smoothness she reserved for moments when every sentence carried two edges. "How obliging of you. You know Mrs. Thorne, of course, by reputation at least. And this is her daughter, Miss Frances Thorne." I curtsied. Mrs. Thorne acknowledged me with exact civility. She said, "We are told that Brackenmere has acquired professional assistants. There are women who say such things with kindness, and women who say them with appetite." Mrs. Thorne belonged to the second sort, though perhaps not maliciously. She wished to understand the irregularity, so that she might later assign it its proper social weight. "I hope so," I said. Miss Frances closed her book. She asked, "You have come to review the estate accounts?" Her tone was calm, almost curious. "I have." How interesting, Lady Rowan said. Interesting is not the word I should have chosen, Frances. No, said her daughter. I think numbers become interesting the moment everyone begins speaking around them instead of from them. Mrs. Thorne turned her head slightly. Frances. But I had heard what mattered. Not an ally, perhaps. Yet not a fool. Before Lady Rowan could steer the room back to safer artificialities, the door opened again and Mr. Locksley entered with Harbury behind him carrying a leather dispatch case. So, she had summoned not only me but them. Better and better. Daniel, no Mr. Locksley for the room required it, crossed to the fireplace and bowed first to Mrs. Thorne, then to Miss Frances. Harbury placed the dispatch case on a side table, with the proprietary air of a man who believes documents improve when carried publicly in his own hand. "You have interrupted business," said Mrs. Thorne. "Not at all," said Lady Rowan. "Only clarified it. I thought it might be useful for us all to understand where matters stand." Useful. Another word too often employed in drawing rooms to mean unpleasant to someone else. Tea was poured. I was made to sit where I could be seen equally by the Thornes and by Harbury. No arrangement could have declared my ambiguity more neatly. Not family. Not servant. Not guest. Not precisely staff. A woman under the roof whose place must be interpreted aloud by other people, because the house had failed to provide her with one ready-made. Mrs. Thorne accepted her cup, and said to Mr. Locksley, "Lady Rowan tells me there is some confusion in the books." Harbury answered before he could, "Nothing that will not bear orderly review, madam. Miss Vale has brought a certain freshness to the process." Freshness. How quickly men choose floral words when they hope to reduce labor to personality. I set down my cup. "If by freshness you mean I prefer names to abstractions, then yes." Harbury turned to me with that same composed civility which had begun to enrage me on sight. "I mean only that estate accounting is a specialized discipline, Miss Vale. To those not long acquainted with it, practices born of prudence may appear harsher or more mysterious than they are." Mrs. Thorne looked interested at once. Lady Rowan looked satisfied. Miss Frances looked at Harbury and then at me, and something in her gaze altered as if she had heard the insult beneath the wording. I said, "How fortunate, then. That prudence has left so many corrections in the margins for us to admire." A servant entering with hot water for the tea kettle nearly stopped outright before remembering himself. Lady Rowan said, "Miss Vale, it ought to have checked me. It did not." Harbury folded one hand over the other. He said, "Margins have a way of accumulating under repeated handling. That need not mean the account itself is unsound." "No," I said, "but omitted widows, copied repairs, and quarter books removed for copying and not returned often do." The room changed, not loudly, not visibly, perhaps to a fool, but it changed. Mrs. Thorne's cup halted halfway back to its saucer. Miss Frances went very still. Lady Rowan's face lost not color but tolerance. Harbury's own expression hardly moved at all, which told me more than outrage would have done. "Quarter books removed," said Mrs. Thorne. Mr. Locksley answered this time. "One is missing, yes." Lady Rowan said sharply, "Missing is too strong a word until we know whether it was merely mislaid." Harbury inclined his head. "Exactly. In old houses papers are sometimes shifted for safety." I looked at him. "And safety is your preferred word for deletion?" Mrs. Thorne stared. Lady Rowan stiffened. A maid by the door dropped her eyes so quickly I knew the story had already begun writing itself downstairs. Harbury, to his credit or his defect, did not redden. He said, "My dear Miss Vale." And there it was, the tiny social murder of the phrase. "'Tis is possible to grow overzealous when one comes into a house eager to justify one's unusual appointment." Mrs. Thorne's brows rose. Miss Frances closed her book altogether. Lady Rowan said nothing. That was the moment he chose to do it publicly then. Not to challenge my reading. To challenge my right to be reading at all. I placed my cup down carefully and answered with equal care, because anger is most useful when made exact. My appointment would be far less unusual if your abstracts were less imaginative. Harbury gave the smallest, saddest smile. He said, "You see. To no one and everyone. This is what I mean. Miss Vale mistakes compression for invention. discretion for concealment, and household kindness for a standing charge against the estate. Mrs. Thorne looked from him to Mr. Locksley. Is that true? There are rooms in which one waits gracefully to see whether the gentleman in authority will smooth matters over by sacrificing the less powerful person present. I knew it. Lady Rowan knew it. Harbury counted on it. Even Mrs. Thorne, I think, expected some elegant dilution. Miss Frances alone watched Mr. Locksley as if she meant to remember the answer precisely. He did not take very long. He said, "No, it is not true." The sentence fell clean. Harbury turned to him. Not startled, more dangerous than startled. Measuring. Mr. Locksley went on in the same calm tone. Miss Vale has identified irregularities I ought to have recognized sooner. She has done so by reading the books better than they deserve. Whatever inconvenience that causes, it is mine to welcome. Lady Rowan said, "Daniel." He did not look at her. "Harbury, if a quarter book is missing, it is missing until produced. If widow remissions and nurse charges have been absorbed into general household lines, that is concealment whether one approves the motive or not. And if Miss Vale speaks plainly of either, she does so under my authority." I did not move. I scarcely breathed. The room seemed to hold itself on the edge of the next sound. It came, absurdly enough, from Miss Frances. She said, in a voice neither timid nor triumphant, "That seems perfectly clear." Lady Rowan turned toward her niece with a look that would have frozen younger blood than mine. Mrs. Thorne set down her cup. I had not understood the matter was so advanced. "It is not advanced," said Lady Rowan. "It is inflamed." "Those conditions are not mutually exclusive," I said before wisdom could stop me. This time it was Miss Frances who almost smiled. Harbury adjusted the cuff of his coat. He said, "If Miss Vale is now to review every private act of charitable management, as if it were malfeasance, then I cannot answer for the confusion that may result among tenants and servants alike. People below stairs are quick to panic when they hear half-truths spoken in drawing rooms. That was meant for me too. Not merely a threat. A warning that blame, once socially loosened, seeks the easiest body, the woman with keys, the outsider, the one under borrowed authority." Mr. Locksley finally looked at him directly. He said, "Then it is fortunate that the half-truths have so far come from the papers and not from Miss Vale." Harbury's face changed then. Only slightly. A withdrawal of confidence at one corner of the mouth. Enough. It mattered that the Thornes saw it. It mattered more that the maid at the door saw it. Loyalties in houses do not shift by speeches. They shift by who is corrected in front of whom. Lady Rowan rose. "That will do. We will not discuss the estate as though it were a case in open court." Mrs. Thorne rose more slowly. She said, "No. Though one sees how easily it might become one." Miss Frances stood last. She picked up her book, then looked at me, not rudely, not with pity, but with the distinct attention of a woman who has just decided another woman is not at all what she had been prepared to find. She said, "I hope that the missing quarter book is found." "Do you?" said Lady Rowan. "Yes," said Miss Frances, and because she was better governed than I had first supposed, she added only, "Clarity is kinder in the long run." Lady Rowan said nothing. Mrs. Thorne began taking her leave. Servants moved. Cups were collected. The room broke into the smaller rituals by which large disturbances are often covered. Yet the thing itself remained, bright and undeniable beneath all that silver and polite motion. Harbury gathered his dispatch case. As he passed behind my chair, he said softly enough for only me to hear, "You mistake this house if you think Mr. Locksley can shield you from every consequence of being right." I turned my head just enough to answer in the same register. "You mistake me if you think I came here to be shielded." His step did not falter. That pleased me more than it should have done. When the Thornes had gone and Lady Rowan with them to the hall, I remained where I was for one moment alone in the suddenly half-empty drawing room. The maid took the last cup from beside me with hands not quite steady. Another servant crossed to mend the fire, though it did not need mending. Outside, carriage wheels moved off over the damp gravel. Then Mr. Locksley came back from the doorway. He did not sit. He stood beside the mantel, one hand braced there, and said, "I had meant to keep this ugliness below stairs, Dom. That would only have made it tittier, not kinder." Wes. The word was wary rather than defensive. I looked toward the hall where Lady Rowan's voice could still be heard, low and controlled, offering farewells. "You have made enemies for me today," I said. "No," he answered. "They were already there. I have only chosen not to borrow them against you." That was an unbearable sentence. Not because it was flattering. Because it was careful. I stood up at once. "We had better return to the account room," I said, "before care begins to look like preference." His gaze held mine for 1 second longer than safety required. He said, "Wes." But as we left the blue drawing room and entered the passage, every servant we passed knew already that something more than tea had been served there, and that Mr. Locksley had chosen his side before the house possessed enough proof to make the choice comfortable. We should have stopped for dinner. That, at least, is what a wiser woman might have advised. The house had already been strained once that day before witnesses. Lady Rowan had gone from the blue drawing room with a face composed beyond comfort. Harbury had left with his dispatch case clasped too neatly. The servants had carried away cups and implications in equal measure. Any sensible campaign against a concealed disorder would have paused there, regrouped, and resumed at a more civilized hour. Instead, within 10 minutes of the caller's departure, Mr. Locksley sent a message to the stable that he did not require the dog-cart, asked Mrs. Finch for the key to the miniment room, and met me at the west back stair with one lamp, one iron pry, and the look of a man who had decided prudence was now merely another delay in better clothing. "The miniment room," I said as we went down, "and the coach store loft above it. Harbury keeps old estate packets there when he wishes them safe from disorder. Dar. Or from inquiry. Yes." The back stair was narrower than the family flights and smelled faintly of cool stone, lamp oil, and dried rush matting. We descended into the older part of the house where the walls thickened, the ceilings lowered, and every door seemed built less for comfort than for endurance. Brackenmere had many versions of itself. This was the one that remembered winters before fashion, repairs before elegance, and papers kept because no one trusted the world enough to throw them away. The muniment room lay behind the old brew passage, a chamber with no carpet, 2 slit windows, and shelves built deep into the stone. The lamp showed boxes, rolls of maps, tied packets, and 3 chests of varying age. One was oak, one iron-bound, and the third a newer black Japan dispatch chest that looked, from the first glance, exactly like a thing Harbury would prefer. Too modern to be sentimental. Too plain to attract casual interest. Too neat by half. Mr. Locksley set the lamp on the central table. He said, "Take the shelves. I will see to the chest." We had by then acquired the dangerous efficiency of people who no longer waste breath disputing their arrangement. I went to the shelves at once. Household estimates, timber leases, surveyor notes, and an obsolete breeding list for the stables. Useless, useful, useless, useless, relevant. The work went quickly because outrage had sharpened me, and because the room, for all its dust, smelled of storage rather than decay. Things had been handled here recently. "I have 2 packets marked winter repairs," I said. "Of which year?" "Neither year is written." "That sounds like Harbury." I brought them to the table. Mr. Locksley had opened the black dispatch chest already. Inside lay exactly what I had hoped for and feared: copied invoices, supplier notes, folded receipts, and 2 pocket ledgers too small to belong to regular estate books. One pocket ledger bore no name at all. The other was marked only with a penciled H on the inner cover, rubbed almost away. "May I?" I asked. He handed me the unnamed one first. Pocket ledgers are vulgar little instruments. Too small for dignity. Too convenient for any account one does not wish seen at a distance. This one had been kept in narrow columns, each page divided by quick-ruled lines, dates, payment references, names reduced to initials or trade descriptions, mason, slate, light, nail, glass. Under such headings, perfectly ordinary sums. But on every 3rd or 4th page, in the margin, a second notation appeared: transfer complete, balance moved, settled through North R. Hold's remainder. I read 3 pages in silence before the pattern sharpened enough to turn my skin cold. These are not only repair notes, I said. Mr. Locksley looked up from the dispatch chest.
What are they?
Distribution. He came round the table. Show me. I turned the book toward him and put my finger under one line. Here, £4.12 entered for chimney stone. Then in the margin balance moved. Then here £8.06 for barn slate, followed 2 pages later by a second entry under cart expense, and again a transfer mark. The named repairs exist, I think, but the sums are padded or duplicated. One amount for the house, another amount hidden in the movement after. He bent lower over the page. To whom? That I do not yet know. He took up the second pocket ledger, the one with the rubbed H, and compared the dates. His jaw changed, he said, same weeks. Look. He turned the pages so I could see. Where one ledger showed an inflated repair line, the other showed a parallel notation in rougher hand with initials and settlements too quick to be ordinary creditor work. Not wages. Not tenant remission. Not household necessity. Private movement. R. Hold's remainder, I repeated softly. Row. Reddick. Ransom, a carrier, a builder. I shook my head. He said, no. Better to ask who receives without needing explanation. Harbury. I did not answer at once. Not because I doubted it. Because certainty at last had become uglier than suspicion. The false waste. The neat repair abstracts. The copied bills. The missing quarter book. And now this. Brackamere had not simply been softened for creditors. It had been blood under cover of duty. I laid out the winter repair packets beside the ledgers and slit the first tie. Within were invoices from 3 supposed craftsmen. 2 used the same phrasing in different hands. One was signed by a mason whose bill we had already seen appear under another month. A 4th sheet, folded twice and tucked small at the back, bore a note in Harbury's hand, add bell chimney, and South Road roof within same sweep. Household confusion serves. No need to distinguish charitable matter if total is accepted. For 1 second the room seemed to tilt. No need to distinguish charitable matter if total is accepted. There it was. The entire method written small and practical, as if it were no worse than deciding where to stack chairs. Hide the true obligations inside enlarged repairs. Then let repairs carry the excess outward in a second direction no one could trace without seeing both systems at once. Mr. Locksley read the note over my shoulder. I felt rather than saw the stillness that came over him. He said, he used them. Yes. My mother's burdens. My father's delays. My aunt's silences. He used all of it. The words came low enough that had I not been standing close, I might not have heard them fully. I wished, for his sake and mine, that I had stood farther away. He made the charitable charges unclean, I said. Once mixed with false repairs, every decent expenditure becomes suspect. Anyone reviewing the books would think the widow's the cause of the loss. He set both palms on the table and bowed his head once. Not in weakness but in that contained, dangerous way men do when rage is seeking form. I ought then to have spoken only of evidence, of sequence, of next steps. Instead I heard myself say, you were right. He lifted his head. About what? If the books had remained mere abstractions, you might have cut the wrong mercy and spared the right thief. His eyes held mine. He said, Wes. No defense, no pride, only that. The acknowledgment went through me worse than any argument between us had done. It left nothing convenient to oppose. I looked away first and sorted the papers into cleaner piles, because work was the only respectable shelter left. Then we need names, I said, not only method. We need proof that any man outside this house may rid without being told. It depends upon trusting me. Or distrusting her, I said, meaning Lady Rowan. At that, he took up the folded note again and read it twice more, as if the phrasing itself might expose where Harbury's hand ended and another will began. Before either of us spoke again, steps sounded in the brew passage. Not servants' ordinary passing steps. Too quick, too purposeful, more than one person. Mr. Locksley straightened at once. I had just enough time to close the pocket ledger and place my hand on the note when the door opened. Lady Rowan entered first. Of course she did. Behind her came Harbury, white-faced with restraint, and behind him, To my surprise, Miss Frances Thorne. She had not then departed with her mother after all, but lingered long enough in the hall to be drawn into whatever explanation Lady Rowan had demanded before permitting the carriage to be brought round again. Or perhaps Lady Rowan had kept her on purpose. A neutral witness in a room is never neutral when chosen by family strategy. For one impossible second, all four of them stopped on the threshold and took in the scene as a single picture. The open dispatch chest, the lamp, the ledgers spread across the table, my place beside Mr. Locksley in the older, more private part of the house, his hand still resting near mine on the evidence we had just uncovered. It looked exactly as compromising as truth often does. Lady Rowan was the first to recover speech. She said, "Good God," not loudly but with enough horrified precision to make any servant within 20 yards later swear she had raised her voice. Harbury came 2 steps forward. "Sire, I had no notion you meant to proceed to the muniment room itself. Had I known, I should have attended." "That," said Mr. Locksley very evenly, "is precisely why you were not informed." Miss Frances's eyes had gone from my face to the black dispatch chest to the papers on the table. Whatever she had expected to find, it was not this. Lady Rowan's gaze settled on me first, naturally. Women are so often made to stand for a room's impropriety that one almost stops resenting the habit and begins merely to calculate its cost. She said, "What is Miss Vale doing here?" I opened my mouth. Mr. Locksley answered before I could. "She is here under my direct instruction." That checked even Harbury. Lady Rowan turned toward him slowly. "In this room? Alone?" "Yes." The word landed like another stone dropped into an already troubled lake. Not because it was untrue. Because he had chosen not to soften it. Lady Rowan said, "Daniel, have you lost your senses entirely?" He said, "No. I have begun using them. Miss Vale is acting under my private authority in a matter touching family honor and estate fraud. She goes where I direct, sees what I require seen, and answers to me in it." No man in that room had expected him to say exactly that. Not Harbury. Not Lady Rowan. Certainly me. Miss Frances looked at him very directly then, and if admiration was present, it was not for romance, it was for dangerous clarity. Lady Rowan, however, heard only the scandal in it. "Family honor," she repeated. Harbury said, "Before outsiders. At once, sir. If this is your way of dignifying a misunderstanding in the papers." Mr. Locksley picked up the folded note and held it out. "Read that." Harbury did not move. Lady Rowan did. She took the note, read the line, and for the first time since I had known her, something almost plain crossed her face. Not guilt exactly, not innocence certainly, recognition of the specific edge we had reached. Miss Frances said quietly, "What is it?" Lady Rowan folded the note once more. "Nothing that concerns you." "Then why was I brought here?" No one answered her. Harbury tried again. "Private memorandum proves nothing, sir. The language may refer only to the practical grouping of household and repair expenses during a difficult." I opened the pocket ledger and laid it beside the note. "Then perhaps the practical grouping of balance moved in R. Hold's remainder will interest you more." He went silent. That, more than denial, was eloquent. Mr. Locksley said, "We also have duplicated invoices, copied dates, an intentionally removed quarter book, and written instruction not to distinguish charitable matter, if total is accepted." "You may explain that now, Harbury, or wait and do it before men from Kendal in 4 days." The room held its breath. Harbury's eyes moved over the table once, quick and trained, calculating not whether he was innocent but how much had been seen. Lady Rowan stood perfectly still. Miss Frances looked not at the papers but at me, as if newly understanding what role I had been made to occupy in the house and what it cost to occupy it. At last Harbury said, "There has been confusion." I laughed then. I could not help it. Not pleasantly, not loudly, only once, because some phrases are too small for the damage they attempt to cover. "Confusion," I said. "You siphon false repair excess through hidden household burdens, and let every decent charge in the books carry the filth of your theft. That is not confusion. It is method." Lady Rowan said sharply, "Miss Vale." But the rebuke had changed. It no longer meant be silent. It meant do not say the whole thing in front of everyone. Too late. Harbury's face had gone from white restraint to something harder. You overestimate what you understand, madame. Do I? I pushed the winter repair packet toward him. Then tell us why bell chimney, South Road roof, and nursery charges are to be swept together because household confusion serves. No answer. Mr. Locksley looked at him and said, You are done. Lady Rowan moved at that. Daniel. No. He did not raise his voice. Not this time. Miss Frances had gone very quiet. She did not need to speak. Her presence in the room had already done its work. An outsider of good family had seen the scene. The papers, the open chest, my place beside him, his public claim of authority over me, and Harbury's silence before direct lines. Whatever left Brackenmere with her carriage would not be kind, but it would at least be anchored to something more substantial than fantasy. Lady Rowan understood that too. One saw it in the way her attention flickered once toward Miss Frances, and then back to Daniel. She said, You have no idea what this will sound like outside these walls. He answered without taking his eyes from Harbury. I know exactly what it will sound like, which is why I am no longer prepared to let him choose the language. The words should have relieved me. Instead, they made my pulse behave most inconveniently. Because in saving the estate's truth, he had just tied my name more tightly to his authority than any prudent man should ever have done. He had shielded me, yes, but the shield itself would be discussed from kitchen to Parish Lane by nightfall. The woman with keys. The woman in private rooms. The woman acting under his direct instruction in family matters. Protected, and therefore marked. Miss Frances closed her gloved hand over the book she still carried. She said, Lady Rowan. Gently, my mother is waiting. Lady Rowan did not answer at once. Then, with a composure even more alarming than her anger, she said, Wes. She must not be kept. She turned and left without another look at me. Miss Frances lingered one moment longer. Not long enough to be noticed by anyone inattentive, but I noticed. She said very low, I hope the quarter book is found. Then she, too, was gone. So Harbury remained. So did the evidence. Did I in the room, after all that, seemed suddenly smaller than any cupboard in the house. Mr. Locksley said, You will leave the papers here and await me in the steward's office. Harbury did not move. Now. Something in his tone finally forced obedience where accusation had not. Harbury gathered none of the papers, none of the ledgers, and went out with his back straighter than a guilty man's ought to have been. The door closed behind him. I stood very still. Mr. Locksley did the same. At last I said, That was disastrous.
Wes!
You should not have said it that way.
No, bah.
You should certainly not have said family honor. No. I drew one slow breath. And yet, I said, I am glad you did. His face altered then, not into smile, not into relief, into that same grave recognition which had become far too easy between us. He said, Wes. So am I, Guy. The answer was unbearable. I put both hands on the table and looked down at the ledgers, the copied invoices, the tiny pocket book with its transfers and remainders, the note that had made decency itself a vehicle for theft. We have proof of the method, I said. Not yet of every recipient. No. But enough that no one may now call the losses mere softness. He came closer to the table, not to me. To the evidence. To safety. He said, Nuff. That I know what Brackenmere has truly been paying for. And there, at last, the ugliness stood plain. Not too much broth. Not too much coal. Not too much kindness. Too much theft carried out under the cover of those things. I gathered the most important papers into one stack and tied them fast. Outside, somewhere above us, a door shut. Then another. The house was already carrying the story outward through its own bones. Chapter 4. The House Counts Aloud. By the following afternoon, Brackenmere had become a house of polished lies. Not lies in the vulgar sense. No one had invented a ballroom where there was none, nor conjured abundance from bare shelves. But every visible surface had been urged toward composure with a desperation so disciplined that it felt less like hospitality than resistance. The silver in the dining room shone too hard. Fires had been laid in rooms not used since my arrival. Fresh beeswax had been worked into the hall tables, until the wood reflected movement like dark water. In the blue drawing room, late chrysanthemums had been arranged in taller vases than suited them, forcing the flowers to stand at a stiffness nature had never intended. One might have called it preparation. I called it defense. The expected dinner had gathered the whole house into itself. Not many guests, Lady Rowan said. Only enough to make civility visible, which was precisely the sort of sentence by which women of her class concealed strategy beneath domestic language. 2 gentlemen from Kendal were to dine. Mrs. Thorne and her daughter had been persuaded, or compelled, to remain. Mr. Annesley had not yet confirmed his attendance, which meant every room had been instructed to behave as if his arrival might sanctify at any moment. And beneath that polish, like rot beneath fresh paint, lay our packets, ledgers, missing lines, and Harbury's little note about household confusion serving. I had not seen him since Mr. Locksley sent him from the muniment room to await him in the steward's office. I knew better than to suppose the absence meant defeat. Men like Harbury do not disappear when cornered. They reorder themselves. Somewhere in the house he was likely standing very straight, touching papers with steady fingers, and constructing a narrative in which he had only ever protected a family from its own sentimental disorder. If he had any wit at all, he would already be deciding whether to cast me as incompetent, hysterical, ambitious, or merely female. The last is often the cheapest and most effective. I was in the account room with the door shut and the window curtains half drawn against a lowering sky, when Mrs. Finch came in carrying the household list for dinner. She said, "You ought to eat something." "I have eaten." "No, miss. You have moved bread about a plate and mistaken it for a meal." That was true, and I disliked her for seeing it. She set down the list beside the tied packets and looked at them without pretending not to. "Will it be tonight, then?" "Will what be tonight?" she said. "The reckoning. The real one." I leaned back in my chair. "Do you ask as housekeeper, or as someone with private preferences? As a woman who is tired of seeing decent things used to hide indecent ones?" There was no drama in it. Only fatigue sharpened into candor. I trusted it more than emotion. I looked at the dinner list. Gust placements. Wines. Which sideboard to open? How many footmen in the room? Which soup service had not been pawned, and could therefore still be displayed? Lady Rowan means to hold the evening together by force of arrangement, I said. Mrs. Finch's mouth altered minutely. She always has. And Mr. Locksley. He has his father's stubbornness without his father's talent for postponement. She glanced again at the packets. That may save us. It may also finish us. Comforting. I do what I can. She took up the dinner list again, as if to remind herself that candles and fish knives still required managing even when houses stood on the edge of moral collapse. She said, "Miss Vale," after a moment, "if matters become public tonight, it will not be Harbury they speak of first in the village tomorrow." No, it would not. They would speak of the woman with keys, the woman Mr. Locksley had named publicly under his authority, the woman found in old rooms and private papers where no unrelated woman ought sensibly to have been. "I know," I said. Mrs. Finch's gaze rested on me longer than usual. "Do you?" "Yes." "And is that why you look like someone measuring the distance to a door?" I said nothing. She gave a short nod, more to herself than to me, and went out with the dinner list under her arm, leaving behind only the smell of starch and that blunt, unwilling mercy by which some women tell one another truths that men would soften into insult. When the door closed, I sat very still. The room had grown darker. Clouds were drawing in again from the lake, though not with yesterday's temper, only with weight. The packets on the table seemed to absorb what light remained. Harbury's note, his father's memoranda, the solicitor's letter, the missing Hillary quarter, book still absent like a tooth one cannot stop touching with the tongue. Enough to prove method. Not yet enough to satisfy every hostile eye outside the house. More than enough to ruin me if the evening broke wrong. I took out my own notebook and opened to the page where I had listed the names carried silently through the house of Bell. Fenwick. Dawes. Darwick. South Road Widow. Charges that ought to have stood plainly if the house intended to call itself honorable. Charges rendered instead into kitchen extras, fuel support, repair sweeps, and general household. Charges Harbury had fattened, copied, and used. My falsehood sat underneath all that like another fault line. Mr. Vale, his promised man, his authority, his clerk. No one had yet asked for the full shape of it, because the books had proved more urgent than my identity. That grace could not continue indefinitely. Not if the papers went before solicitors. Not if gentlemen from Kendal read them. Not if Mr. Annesley came and saw his name threaded through delayed obligations and private bargaining. I could not go on allowing my borrowed male signature to sit within the matter as though it were merely an eccentricity of trade. It had been a necessary convenience in reaching houses that would not engage a woman openly. Tonight it threatened to become one more obscurity by which truth might be weakened. I was still looking at the page when the latch moved and Lady Rowan came in without being announced. That, too, was deliberate. She shut the door behind her and remained standing, as if unwilling to grant the room the intimacy of a settled posture. She wore black silk this afternoon with no ornament, but a jet clasp at the throat, which made her seem almost clerical in her severity. Only her face betrayed the labor beneath. She did not look agitated. She looked held together. She said, "Miss Vale, I should like a word odd. You appear already to have one. I have several. Whether you deserve them all remains uncertain." She came no farther than the edge of the table. On another day I might have offered her the chair opposite mine. Today I did not. Rank has its claims. So does earned inconvenience. Her eyes went at once to the tied packets and the open notebook. "You have made yourself very much at home in our troubles." "I should not have had to, had your troubles remained honestly named." "That is a young woman's answer." "It is an auditor's." "No." She looked at me directly. "It is the answer of someone who still imagines truth, once spoken plainly, arranges itself into justice." I closed the notebook. "What do you imagine, Lady Rowan?" "That houses survive by proportion. By silence in one place, so that speech may be possible in another. By concealment where display would be destructive. By one burden being carried in secret, so that 10 more need not be made impossible in public." That was not nothing. It was not mere pride. Which made it all the more difficult. "You buried the codicil," I said. Her gaze did not alter. Only one hand tightened very slightly on the back of the chair near her. "That is an inelegant word." "An accurate one." She let out one measured breath. I prevented an unfinished intention from hardening into a permanent fracture. The answer was so exact, and so unlike denial, that for a moment I could only look at her. "You did," I said. "Wes." The room did not move. The house did not cry out. Nothing visible happened, yet the air itself seemed to settle around the fact differently. As if it had been waiting in the walls all along, and had at last been permitted to call itself by name. Lady Rowan went on before I could speak. You have seen only the papers most convenient to your outrage. You have not seen my brother's debts as I saw them after his wife died. You have not seen what would have followed had every informal decency of this house been given legal standing at once. The Bells, the Fenwicks, Dawes, that poor absurd nursery pension, coal and broth and remissions, and every other little good work done in impulse and weakness. Do you know what would have happened if all of it had stood plainly that year? "Wes," I said, "the house would have been required to decide what it truly was." No. For the first time, some heat entered her voice. The house would have split. Land sold at once. Tenants shifted. Staff dismissed. Creditors sharpened. And my nephew, still half under his father's roof, and wholly under his father's shadow, would have inherited not a difficult estate but a publicly compromised one. I did not answer at once because, damn her, I could see the shape of it. Not the righteousness. The shape. "You chose one decisive marriage and a managed silence instead." I said yes. "There it is." She said, "Wes," again, and now she sounded tired rather than fierce. "There it is." I had thought confession from her, if it came, would feel like triumph. It did not. It felt like the opening of another ledger one had not wanted to read. "Did Harbury know?" I asked. He knew enough. Enough to steal. At that, the old precision came back into her face. I did not give him leave for that. No, I said. You gave him darkness. He supplied appetite. For one moment only, something almost like pain crossed her expression. Not grief. Not shame in the common sense. The pain of a woman discovering that the thing she had managed as necessity had become someone else's instrument. She said. I believed that so long as the household burdens were carried, the exact route by which they were carried could be corrected later. Later, I repeated. Another dangerous word. She said, Wes. Softly. I begin to understand that. The admission cost her. I saw it and would have respected it more if she had not come, I think, with another purpose folded beneath it. That purpose showed itself now. She straightened. There will be gentlemen here tonight who do not need to hear all this from the mouth of a woman operating under a false man's signature. There it was. Not an appeal to justice, an appeal to strategy, and to my own shame. I stood up slowly, not from anger, from the need to feel my feet under me when the next blow came. You know, I said, about Mr. Vale. I know enough. Daniel is not blind, however much he wishes at times to make blindness sound honorable. No genuine employer leaves a woman so exposed in a house not her own, unless the employer is either a fool or a fiction. The words landed cleanly because I had long feared them. You should have spoken of it before. And you should have told him before he declared your authority before my drawing room. We stood on either side of the table, and for the first time since my arrival I understood that Lady Rowan and I, for all our opposition, shared one dangerous faculty. We both saw structure quickly. We merely differed on what one was permitted to sacrifice to preserve it. What do you want? I asked. I want the papers laid before the men who matter by Daniel's own hand, not yours. I want Harbury destroyed, if he must be destroyed, but by evidence that cannot be made ridiculous through you. And I want you gone from this house before the evening ends, if not before it begins. There it was entire, not because she hated me, because she understood exactly what use I might now be made of by any hostile tongue. I laughed once, without mirth. You wish me to carry the truth to the threshold and then remove my inconvenient body from beside it. Yes. The honesty of that might almost have ennobled the request, had it not come so expertly timed. And Daniel's. A pari short, very telling. He will resist. Yea, he will also forgive me later. No, I said. He will understand you later. That is worse. For the first time since she entered, she looked at me not as obstacle or risk, but woman to woman. Then do not make me ask twice, Miss Vale. I turned my eyes to the packets on the table. Harbury's note, the memoranda, the solicitor's line, the ledgers tied up and waiting. Enough truth to crack the evening open. Not enough, perhaps, to survive every sneer that might attach itself to my name the moment my false male authority came under question. And Daniel, Mr. Locksley, standing somewhere else in the house, likely still trying to decide how to place the evidence before men who would rather trust order than justice if order were cheaper. I thought then, very clearly, of the first moment he answered for me in the drawing room, of the way the house had heard it, of the fact that every hour I remained under his roof with the packets at my side increased the chance that what ought to damn Harbury would instead half damn me, and half shade him by association. It was not sentiment that decided me, it was arithmetic. I looked at Lady Rowan. I will not keep silence. No. I will put the papers where they cannot be buried again. Her hand tightened on the chair back, but she said nothing. And then I went on, hearing my own voice grow strangely calm. I will tell him the truth about Mr. Vale and leave this house. Her face changed at last. Not relief. Not victory. Something grimmer. She said that would be wise. Do not mistake me, I said. I do not do it for your arrangement. I do it because if the evidence is to stand, my false signature must not be allowed to weaken it. The words felt cleaner once spoken. Crueler too, because until that moment I had not fully admitted to myself that leaving was not only prudent, it was possible. Real. Within my own control. One may work in danger cheerfully enough, while danger remains abstract. Once a door appears in the wall, one must decide whether one is brave or merely reluctant to move. Lady Rowan inclined her head. You are less foolish than I had hoped. I am less obedient than you had hoped, she said. That was never in doubt. She turned then and went to the door. At the threshold she paused, one gloved hand on the latch. She said, when you speak to him, without looking back, do not mistake injury for injustice. He is capable of the first without accusing you of the second. Then she left me alone with the packets, the darkening room, and my decision. I stood motionless for several seconds after the door shut. The house beyond went on with its preparations. Somewhere in the passage a maid hurried by with linen. Farther off, a man's voice called for more candles in the blue drawing room. A fender rang against a grate. A clock struck the half-hour with smug domestic certainty, as if dinner and destruction were equally natural features of the day. At last I sat down again and opened my notebook to a clean page. First, list the necessary papers. Second, tie them separately from the rest. Third, make a written summary in my own hand that no steward could tidy. Fourth, speak to Mr. Locksley before the gentlemen gathered, tell him everything, and leave before the evening forced his loyalty into another public shape neither of us could afford. And my hand remained steady now. That, more than anything, told me the decision had already taken hold. I wrote, I, Hester Vale, have acted under the assumed commercial signature of Mr. Vale, because houses such as this will engage a man's scrutiny where they would refuse a woman's. The conclusions remain mine, and so do the readings of the book set out below. I stopped only once, because the admission looked uglier on paper than it had sounded in my mind. Then I wrote on. By the time the first servant came to lay the dinner candles in the hall, I had tied the Harbury packet, the memoranda, the solicitor's letter, the surviving winter repair notes, and my own summary into one bundle set apart from every other paper in the room. When I laid my hand on it at the end, it felt no heavier than before. Yet I knew, as surely as if the house had spoken aloud, that once I carried that bundle to him, nothing between us would remain arranged under the old headings. I found him in the library 10 minutes before the first bell for dinner. Not alone. Of course not. 2 gentlemen from Kendal stood with him before the hearth, one broad and red about the face from years of dining, well under weather, never rough enough to improve him, the other narrower, cleaner, and possessed of the sort of legal patience that makes one feel all statements are already being sorted into admissible and useless categories before one has finished uttering them. On the table beside them lay decanters, not yet touched. Through the half-open door to the hall I could hear the house changing itself for evening. A maid passing with folded napkins. Another called back because a candle branch had been set in the wrong room. Somewhere farther off, Lady Rowan's voice, low and exact, improving arrangements by force of diction alone. Mr. Locksley saw me at once. It is an uncomfortable privilege, being the first thing a man notices in a room where several more suitable objects for his attention are present. Not flattering. Worse. Costly, he said. Miss Vale. The Kendal gentleman turned. In another house, in another life, I might have withdrawn at once, murmured some apology about an error in the household list, and waited until the room had emptied of men whose opinions would soon matter more than they had any right to do. Instead, I stepped in with the packet in my hand and the knowledge of my own departure already arranged inside me like a blade turned toward the bone. I beg pardon, I said. I had thought to find you alone. The broader gentleman bowed a little from the neck. We are not so interesting that we may not be interrupted, madam. No. He and his companion were much more dangerous than interesting. Mr. Locksley crossed to me in 3 strides, not hurriedly, but with enough purpose to make the movement legible. Not to the fools. To the observant. One must always remember that the observant are the people who make the world difficult. He asked, "What is it?" Quietly. I looked at the men beyond him. Cannot wait, but ought not to begin here. He saw the packet in my hand, then my face, and in that second understood more than the room needed him to. He said, "Gentlemen, turning back with that useful composure which in him was never ease, and always discipline. "If you will excuse me," the narrower man said. "Certainly." The broader one added, with too much courtesy, "We are at Brackenmere to be accommodated, not to dictate the order of your evening." Which meant, of course, that he had already begun dictating internally. Mr. Locksley led me out into the passage, not toward any private room, but only as far as the dark turn beside the library door, where the hall fire could still be seen at an angle and any servant carrying a tray would have us instantly in view. Wise. Brutal. Brutal. Necessary, he said. "What has happened?" "Nothing new," I answered. "Only something I can no longer leave unsaid." The packet in my hand seemed suddenly too visible. I held it lower, against the fold of my skirt. His voice altered at once. "Hester." It was the first time he had used my Christian name. No privacy had licensed it. No tenderness had led him there. He used it, because the house stood at our shoulders, and because something in my face must have made formality impossible without seeming cruel. I hated him for it. I loved him for it a little. Which was worse. "The gentlemen are already here," I said. Mrs. Thorne and Miss Frances are downstairs. Lady Rowan has had the silver set as if she means to marry the house to its own reflection before supper. There is no time for a better moment." He took that in with one glance. "Tell me." So I did not soften it. "There is no Mr. Vale." For one beat only, the passage and the house and the waiting dinner disappeared, and there was only the truth standing naked where I had put it. He did not step back. He did not ask whether I jested. He did not say I had deceived him, though I had. He said, very evenly, "I know." I stared at him. "You what?" "I know there is no employer who sends a woman into rooms such as these and leaves her to carry the whole weight of his authority alone. I knew there was something false in the arrangement. Not the conclusions. The arrangement." "Since when?" "Since the account room. Certainly since the drawing room." I laughed once, softly and without amusement. "Because the alternative was to shake him until he lost his reason or mine. And you said nothing. I was waiting for you. I should despise you for that." "You may." I looked down at the packet in my hands. "I came to tell you," I said, hearing now the rawness in my own voice and hating that too. "Because tonight these papers may go before men who will seize upon any weakness in my authority and use it to dirty the evidence. Harbury will do it if he sees the chance. Lady Rowan already knows enough to predict it. If the packet is to stand, I cannot be the concealed fault in the middle of it." His gaze did not leave my face. "So you mean to confess it, Wes?" "And then," I took a breath, "and then I mean to leave Brackenmere before the evening ends." This time the stillness between us did change. Not into outrage. Not into pleading. Mr. Locksley was too governed for the first and too proud for the second. It changed into something more dangerous because it seemed almost entirely controlled. He said, "You have decided this, Wes, without asking whether I object." "I assumed you would." "I do." The answer came so promptly that the house beyond the corner seemed to recede again. I said, "That cannot be helped. No. 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 Because if I stay after the truth is known, then every line Harbury wishes to draw between us grows darker and easier for others to believe. Because if I remain under your roof after admitting the false signature, I become not your auditor but your folly. Because if the men from Kendal doubt the packet, they must not be given my continued presence beside you as proof that the household itself is incapable of order." Bach. He listened without interruption. That was almost worse than argument. At length he said, "You think very coldly when you are hurt. I am not hurt. I am accounting. Do not insult me." I looked at him then fully. "I am doing both." The hall fire threw enough light around the corner that I could see every line fatigue had put into his face over the past 4 days. Not age, labor, rage, not sleeping. The realization that his father's delays, his aunt's management, Harbury's theft, and my own false authority had all chosen precisely the same week to become undeniable. He said lower, "If you leave tonight, every man at that table will assume I sent you away." "Good," he said. "No. Not good. Better that than they think you keep me here." Something moved behind his eyes then, something I had no right to ask him to master for my convenience, and precisely because I had no right to ask it, I understood in that second what Lady Rowan had meant when she warned me not to mistake injury for injustice. He was not unjust. He was simply implicated. By me. By the house, by himself. A servant appeared at the far end of the hall carrying 2 extra branches for the dining room candles. We both shifted a half-step apart before the girl reached the turn. Her eyes dropped, rose once to the packet in my hands, then dropped again with that quick, sharpened modesty which means she has seen enough to fuel an entire kitchen. When she had gone, I said, "There, it begins already." He looked toward the dining room, then back at me. "Then it will begin on our terms. War terms. There is no our left in this." His expression sharpened. "There is. While the evidence remains true, and while Harbury still draws breath under my roof." The dinner bell rang then. Not the great ceremonial peal of some richer and more secure house, only Brackenmere's firm domestic summons. Yet in that moment it sounded like a challenge laid down in metal. He said, "You will come to dinner. I beg your pardon. You will come to dinner. You will bring the packet. You will sit where you may be seen. And, if Harbury means to use your false signature against the evidence, he will not be permitted to do so by surprise." I stared at him. That is madness. No. Madness was allowing him to curate the house for years. This is merely unpleasant. I have just told you I operated under a false man's name. Wes. "And your answer is to parade me before Kendall," he said. "My answer, very precisely, is that if you mean to tell the truth tonight, you will not do it in a corridor and flee by the back stair while Harbury remains free to explain both you and the books afterward. You will speak before all who matter, and so will I, Bah." The words landed with such force that for a second I could not answer at all. The house around us continued in its orderly little violences. A door opened. A footman crossed the hall with wine. Somewhere above, a bell pull was tugged twice in succession. No one would have guessed that behind the library turn the evening had just altered its own bones. At last I said, "Lady Rowan will never permit it." His face became colder. "Lady Rowan has had her turn at permitting." Before I could speak again, the broader Kendall gentleman came himself to the library door and looked into the passage with all the tact of a well-bred creditor. He said, "Mr. Locksley, I fear the fish may arrive before we do." He saw me there, of course. Saw the packet. Saw that Mr. Locksley and I had been engaged not in flirtation, God spare us such simplicity, but in some private urgency entirely improper to the hour. And because he saw it, he bowed again, courteously enough to make me despise him. "Mr. Locksley said, 'We come at once.'" The man withdrew. I closed my eyes briefly, then opened them. "This is the last moment," I said. "You may still let me go." "No." "You are impossible." "Yes." For one sick, absurd beat I wanted to laugh and lean against the wall and give in not to him, but to the fact that in the middle of fraud and household ruin and social danger, there remained between us a current so exact and so unwelcome that it made even anger feel like a kind of company. Instead, I drew myself upright, adjusted my grip on the packet, and said, "Very well. But when Harbury moves, and he will I speak first." He hesitated. Only for a second. Long enough for me to see he disliked it. Then he said, "No, we speak together." That was worse. Much worse. Because it sounded not gallant but true. There was no more time. The second bell would follow soon if the soup cooled. We walked to the dining room side by side and at the proper distance, which satisfied decorum and fooled no one worth fooling. Lady Rowan was already there with Mrs. Thorne and Miss Frances. The Kendall gentleman stood at the fire. Harbury waited near the sideboard with the expression of a man who believes himself once more in possession of sequence. Candles had been multiplied. The silver was brilliant. A dish of hothouse grapes had been produced, which struck me as a final indecency from a season already too compromised to justify fruit that had not ripened honestly. When I entered with the packet in my hand, every eye in the room went to it. No one was bred enough not to notice. Some were bred enough to pretend. Lady Rowan was not among the latter. She said, "What is that?" "Evidence," I answered. Mrs. Thorne's brows rose. Miss Frances lowered her eyes briefly, perhaps to hide that she had expected no less. Harbury smiled. That was the only thing that frightened me. Not because the smile was broad, because it was timely. He stepped a little forward, the perfect steward, discreet before guests and sorry to be obliged to unpleasant duty. He said, "Sir," to Mr. Locksley, and then, with admirable reluctance, "Before this goes further, I think I must speak plainly in justice to the house." There it was. The move. Lady Rowan went still. Mrs. Thorne's cup, not yet touched, remained in her hand. One of the Kendall men glanced from Harbury to me and back again, already preparing to enjoy the moral structure of the thing. Harbury continued, "Miss Vale's zeal has been very evident, and I should be the last to fault diligence where the estate is concerned. Yet I fear some misunderstanding has arisen because Miss Vale is not, in fact, what she has represented herself to be." He turned, not to me but to the room. "There is no Mr. Vale, no gentleman auditor, no clerk. Miss Vale has been acting under an assumed commercial signature of her own invention." The sentence dropped into the dining room and did exactly what Harbury had meant it to do. It dirtied the air at once. Not merely the facts, everything near them. Mrs. Thorne inhaled softly. One Kendall gentleman shifted his weight. A footman at the door went so rigid he might have been carved. Lady Rowan closed her eyes once, very briefly. Miss Frances looked only at me. That was enough. I stepped forward before anyone else could fill the silence with pity or condemnation and said, very clearly, "Wes." Every head turned. "Wes," I repeated. "That is true. There is no Mr. Vale. I have used his signature, because houses such as this will receive a man's scrutiny under conditions where they would deny a woman the same access altogether." The books, however, were read by me. The notes were made by me. The packet in my hand was assembled by me. And the theft in those papers remains theft whether a man or woman first named it. No one spoke. Harbury, for the first time all evening, lost a measure of shape in the face. Not much. Enough. I went on because stopping then would have been cowardice, and because I had already resigned myself to the shame of being fully seen. If you wish to think me improper, you may. If you wish to think me deceptive, you will not be wholly wrong. But if anyone here means to use my false signature to cleanse false accounts, stolen balances, and charitable charges deliberately muddied to hide repair fraud, then let him do so openly and not behind the cover of my sex. Mrs. Thorne set down her cup. The broader Kendall gentleman opened his mouth. Mr. Locksley spoke first. He said, "Miss Vale acted under my authority once the nature of the books became plain. Each word measured and impossible to mishear." Harbury said, "Her conclusions are supported by the papers, by my own review, and by evidence recovered from the West Press, the muniment room, and the stored repair packets. If there is impropriety tonight, it lies not in who named the rot but in how long the rot was permitted to support itself on household decency. Sir, with respect, you cannot mean to rest the reputation of Brackenmere on the word of a woman who has just admitted fraud." Mr. Locksley turned his head toward him with a slowness that made the room colder. He said, "I mean to rest it on the packet, on the duplicated invoices, on the removed quarter book, on your note that charitable matter need not be distinguished if the total is accepted, and on the fact that I would sooner answer for trusting Miss Vale than for trusting you 1 hour longer. That did it. Not the end. Not yet. But the line was drawn." The broader Kendall man looked now not entertained but alarmed. Mrs. Thorne had gone very pale. Lady Rowan stood as if carved from dark wood. Miss Frances, hands folded before her, watched not me now but Daniel Mr. Locksley, with an expression so sober it was nearly pity. The second dinner bell never rang. No one noticed. I felt, with curious clarity, that the room had tipped and could not be righted by silver, soup, or any number of carefully placed candles. And still the packet remained in my hands, waiting to be opened. No one moved for 3 full seconds after Mr. Locksley spoke. The packet remained in my hands. Harbury had just finished making my false signature the center of the room. The Kendall gentlemen had the look of men prepared to enjoy the collapse of a smaller house than their own. Lady Rowan stood as rigid as the silver branches on the sideboard. Mrs. Thorne looked almost pained by the impropriety of it all, which meant she had not yet decided whether she found it vulgar or merely instructive. Miss Frances, on the other hand, watched Daniel, Mr. Locksley, as if the answer now mattered less than the manner in which he chose to bear it. He spared none of them the choice for long. He said, "Dinner will wait. Mr. Harbury, bring your dispatch case. Mrs. Thorne, Miss Frances, gentlemen, if you will come with me to the library. Lady Rowan, I must ask the same of you. This cannot now be managed in half-speech." Lady Rowan said, "Daniel, this is insupportable." He said, "Wes, so is theft." He held out his hand to me then, not for my person but for the packet. Miss Val. I gave it to him. That surrender of paper felt worse than any surrender of softness would have done. Paper, once handed over, enters another person's control. Yet this was no longer mine to keep in the narrow sense. If the room was to be made to hear the truth, it must hear it from more than the mouth Harbury had just tried to discredit. We crossed to the library in a body too mixed to be comfortable. Lady Rowan and Mrs. Thorne first, because rank never entirely relinquishes its instinctive claim on doorways. The Kendall gentleman next, Harbury with his dispatch case held close. Miss Frances beside her mother, still carrying the same book as if she had not yet decided whether this evening belonged to family politics, embezzlement, or some far subtler disturbance she preferred not to name. Mr. Locksley and I came last, which was prudent and therefore noticed by every servant who stepped aside to let us pass. The library had been laid for post-dinner port, though post-dinner had not yet been earned. The fire was higher there than in the dining room. Lamps stood ready on the side tables. It might have been a civilized chamber in a civilized house had the center table not been cleared at once for papers. Mr. Locksley did that himself. The gesture mattered. He set my packet in the middle of the green baize, then took Harbury's dispatch case from him without asking leave, and laid it beside the packet. The sound of leather striking wood was louder than it ought to have been. The narrower of the Kendall gentlemen came nearer the table and said,
"See,
Mr. Locksley, before this proceeds farther, perhaps it would be useful to know whether we are examining a domestic irregularity, a legal one, or merely a family misunderstanding made dramatic by fatigue." It was the question of a man who hoped the answer might still allow him to remain detached. "We are examining," said Mr. Locksley, "whatever name best suits copied repairs, hidden charitable charges used to fatten those repairs, a missing quarter, book, and pocket ledgers that do not belong to any honest estate system I have ever known." That altered the gentleman's face. The broader one said, "Good God!"
quit,
said Mrs. Thorne. Harbury did not protest at once. That was clever of him. He let the accusation stand for one beat too long enough to suggest confidence. Then he said, "Sir, if you intend to lay serious charges before outsiders, I must ask that proper sequence be observed. The lady's admission alone." Mr. Locksley cut him off. He said, "The lady's admission," with a coldness that turned every eye toward him again, "concerns the commercial signature under which Miss Vale first obtained access to houses such as this. It does not alter the hand that read the books, the notes she made, the packet she assembled, or the papers I myself have since recovered and reviewed." Harbury inclined his head slightly, as if acknowledging a child's temporary persistence. "Even so, sir, Miss Vale has confessed herself willing to deceive where entry is concerned. A prudent man might hesitate before entrusting interpretation to such a source." "I do not entrust interpretation," said Mr. Locksley. "I entrust paper to itself." He untied the packet. No one breathed loudly enough to be heard, but I felt the room gather inward around the movement of his hands. He laid out the solicitor's letter first, then his father's memoranda, then Harbury's note from the winter repair packet, then the two pocket ledgers, then the copied invoices and the docket listing the Hillary quarter, book as removed for copying and never returned. The library table looked like an autopsy. The narrower gentleman, whose legal patience I had disliked on sight and now valued more, reached first for the solicitor's letter. "May I?" Mr. Locksley gestured assent. He read in silence, his mouth tightening only when he came to the codicillary line. Then he passed it to his broader companion, and took up his father's memorandum. Mrs. Thorne leaned slightly forward in her chair. Miss Frances did not sit at all. She stood behind her mother's shoulder, one hand on the chair back, the book finally forgotten. Lady Rowan alone remained very still. Harbury said, "Old papers often preserve language more suggestive than final. Household intentions do not always harden into enforceable obligations." "No," I said. "They merely become profitable obscurities if left long enough in the care of a man like you." He did not look at me. That, too, was a kind of admission. The narrower gentleman finished the second paper, and set it down with more force than a legal man generally permits himself. He said, "This note, touching the winter repair packet, is in your hand, Mr. Harbury." Harbury looked at it. "I cannot say at a glance. You cannot. Notes are made constantly in estate business. A line torn from context may." "It was not torn from context," I said. "It was folded into a packet of inflated repairs under which bell chimney, South Road roof, and nursery charges were swept together because, in your own words, household confusion served." Lady Rowan said sharply, "Miss Val." But the rebuke no longer had the power it once had. "Not over me. Not over the room." Mr. Locksley said, "Let her speak." That was the second time he had done it before witnesses. I knew, because I am not a fool, what the repetition meant to anyone watching. Protection repeated becomes preference in the mouths of other people, whether or not the heart has yet caught up with the pattern. The broader Kendall gentleman was comparing one invoice to another. He said, "These Mason's bills use the same phrasing."
Yes,
I said. "And the same repair appears in different quarters with different dates." Mr. Locksley himself remembered the north shed scaffolding going up in April while the invoice supporting scarcity was dated March. "Ah." Harbury drew himself up. "Estate work is often entered in anticipation. Materials ordered in 1 month, labor finished in another." "Then why?" asked the legal gentleman, opening the pocket ledger. "Car balances marked moved held remainder against those same lines." No answer. The room felt suddenly too warm. Or perhaps that was only my own blood discovering it had not yet settled from the blow Harbury had dealt in the dining room. I stood near the end of the table with both hands lightly resting on the chair before me. "Anything else might have betrayed too much," Mr. Locksley said. "Explain the ledgers." Harbury did at last look at him then. "There are private memoranda kept for provisional movement before final posting." "These are not provisional," I said. "They are parallel." Harbury ignored me. Mr. Locksley's voice did not rise. "That made it worse," he said. "These are parallel accounts. One public enough to reassure, one private enough to distribute the excess." "Excess." Harbury let the word carry offense. "Sir, with respect, you are now speaking like a man already determined to find villainy." "And you," said Mr. Locksley, "care speaking like a man who mistakes steady tone for innocence." Mrs. Thorne inhaled sharply. Miss Frances did not move. The legal gentleman lifted the docket slip. He said, "This missing quarter book." Harbury said, "Hillary quarter removed for copying. No return mark." "Who removed it?" "I cannot say. Many hands have access to old stores." "No," said Mr. Locksley. "Not many. My aunt's, Mrs. Finch for household bundles, and yours for all estate packets not kept under direct family lock," Lady Rowan said. Before Harbury could, I did not remove it. All eyes went to her. She looked not at me nor at Harbury, but at the table itself, at the scattered evidence of a management she had thought stern enough to remain useful, and had instead allowed to become full. She said, "I removed no quarter book. I removed something else." There it was. Mrs. Thorne turned toward her fully now. The broader Kendall gentleman set down the copied invoice and forgot to pick up his glass. Miss Frances' fingers tightened on the chair back. Mr. Locksley said, very quietly, "Aunt." Lady Rowan reached into the reticule she had carried in with her, and took out a folded paper, so worn at the edges it had plainly been unfolded and refolded beyond prudence. She did not hand it to me. She handed it to him. She said, "I kept what remained of the codicillary draft. Not because I wished Harbury any profit. Because your father never completed it, and I would not have an incomplete promise made into a legal weapon against the house. Mr. Locksley unfolded it. It was not a full codicil. Not enough for that. A fragment. Heading, date, witness line cut away or lost, the body incomplete, yet still legible enough in places to wound. I saw his eyes move as he read. Then he passed it across to the legal gentleman, who read more quickly, more professionally, and went still. What does it say? Asked Mrs. Thorne. He answered without looking up. It names certain household protections and remissions intended to continue from estate income under specified priority. Bells. DAWs. Nurse compensation under house obligation if already engaged. 2 widow allowances. 1 gate cottage pension. It is unfinished and, as Lady Rowan says, may never have been properly executed. He lifted his eyes, but its intention is perfectly plain. The broader Kendall gentleman swore softly under his breath. I looked at Lady Rowan. You buried the codicil, I said. She said, Wes. Or rather, what would have become one. And then let the burdens remain half hidden. Wes. Weir Harbury could use them. At that, for the first time, she looked toward Harbury with something that might almost have been hatred had it not still contained too much contempt to become intimate. I did not authorize theft. Harbury spread one hand. My lady, no one has proved theft. The legal gentleman said, I believe they nearly have. No one expected the line from him. That was why it mattered. Harbury turned at once. On fragments. On speculative interpretation from a self-appointed lady examiner and an incomplete family draft. Mr. Locksley said, on your note, your ledgers, your copied bills, your missing quarter book, my own knowledge of the repairs, and Mrs. Finch. He rang the bell. Harbury's composure shifted. Only slightly. Enough. When Mrs. Finch entered, she took in the gathered room, the open papers, and Lady Rowan's face with one swift glance that told me she understood the evening had gone beyond retrieval. You sent for me, sir? I did. Mrs. Finch, you have long kept household quantities beneath Mr. Harbury's totals. Wes, sir. Were certain charges Bell Coal, Fenwick nurse compensation, Dawes's pension, and other such matters, kept visible in your quantities and blurred in the abstracts. Mrs. Finch's eyes flicked once to Harbury and back. By whose choice? Here. At last. The room felt the true weight of witness, not paper, memory. Mrs. Finch did not hurry. She said, at first, by the late mistress's wish that the house know what it was doing. Later, by Lady Rowan's wish that not every dependence be made vulgar in open account. After that, by Mr. Harbury's convenience, until what had been hidden for discretion was hidden for all purposes alike. There was nothing eloquent in it. That was why it struck so hard. Mrs. Thorne looked sickened. The broader Kendall gentleman swore again, this time without even the decency to lower his voice. Miss Frances closed her eyes once, and then opened them, as if accepting some inward calculation she had hoped not to make. Harbury said, Mrs. Finch has always resented any management she did not wholly control. And Mrs. Finch answered him herself. I resented being made to carry decency in the kitchen, so that dishonesty might dress itself as repairs. No one in the room improved that sentence by speaking after it. At length Mr. Locksley said, Fetch Thomas Bell from the yard. A footman went at once. Harbury said, Sir, this is unnecessary spectacle. No, said Mr. Locksley. This is the point at which living people cease to be hidden behind your headings. Thomas Bell came in muddy to the ankle, cap in hand, the same young man from Rent Day, and from Bell Cottage, looking as though every board in the library had reminded him he did not belong there. He stopped dead when he saw the gathered company. Sorry, sir. Come in, Bell. He obeyed. Mr. Locksley asked only 3 questions. Was his aunt alive? Yes. Had Mrs. Finch sent broth and coal through the winter? Yes. Had the chimney repair been done when the abstract claimed it was? No, sir. Only last week had the mason properly come. The answers fell bluntly without polish, exactly as truth often does when dragged into rooms that prefer better grammar. Harbury made one last attempt. He said, even if there have been irregularities, it does not follow that there was embezzlement. At worst there has been confusion under pressure, and perhaps injudicious smoothing. Mr. Locksley cut him off for the last time. You are dismissed. The sentence was so calm that for a moment Harbury looked as though he had simply misheard it. Sir. You are dismissed, Mr. Locksley repeated. As of now. You will surrender every key, every ledger, every packet, and every private memorandum relating to the estate before midnight. You will not enter the account room, the steward's office, or the stores again without witness. If anything further is missing by morning, I will have the Kendall men treat it as deliberate destruction. The legal gentleman said. I will. There it was. The outside world entering the sentence. Harbury's face finally lost its admirable arrangement. You cannot destroy me on the word of a woman and a. No, said Mr. Locksley. I destroy your place here on the strength of your own paper. The woman had only the good sense to read it. A silence followed that seemed to strip the room down to its actual structures. Harbury looked at Lady Rowan then. Perhaps expecting rescue from the old alliance of silence and management, she said only, Give him the keys. And he did not move. Mr. Locksley stepped toward him once. That was enough. Harbury took out the steward's ring and laid it on the table. The sound it made against the wood was small. It might as well have been a gunshot. Thomas Bell started. Mrs. Finch did not. She looked, if anything, like a woman whose shoulders had been carrying a house too long and had just been permitted to lower one side of the weight without yet trusting the relief. Mrs. Thorne rose then. She said, I think, very formally, that Francis and I should not remain to trouble this family further. No one could have failed to hear what stood beneath it. Whatever convenient future Lady Rowan had been steering toward with Francis in the room, it had just collapsed under theft, scandal, and Daniel's refusal to smooth either for comfort. Lady Rowan did not attempt to stop her. Daniel, Mr. Locksley inclined his head. I regret the necessity of your witnessing this. Mrs. Thorne answered. Necessity and suitability are not always companions, Mr. Locksley. Miss Frances, however, did not move at once. She looked at him, then at me, then at the packet and the keys on the table. She said, If Brackenmere is to survive, quietly, I think it had better do so by what is true, not by what is easiest. Mrs. Thorne said sharply, Frances. But the remark had already been made, and with more grace than anyone else in the room had managed all evening. When they had gone, the library felt larger and more exhausted. The broader Kendall gentleman asked for the accounts to be copied under witness. The narrower one asked to see every packet by morning. Thomas Bell was dismissed with instructions that his aunt's fire be supplied openly and entered by name. Mrs. Finch took the order without a word, which in her case meant more than speech. At last even the Kendall men withdrew to write their own notes before memory softened. Thomas Bell went out backwards in awe. Mrs. Finch gathered the silver tray no one had used. Lady Rowan remained only long enough to say, Daniel, in a tone where apology and warning had not yet agreed which of them she meant. He answered, Not tonight. Then she, too, was gone. That left only the two of us in the wreck of the room. The codicil fragment, the key ring, Harbury's note, the pocket ledgers, and a dinner gone cold somewhere beyond the wall. Mr. Locksley put one hand on the back of the nearest chair and said, as if to the air more than to me, So this is what preservation has cost. I looked at the table. Not too much mercy. Not too much help. Not widows. Not coal. Not preservation, I said. Delay, theft, and the habit of letting convenience speak in the name of order. He looked at me then, tired, altered, more himself than at any earlier point in the house, and therefore perhaps less safe to me than ever. He said, Wes. And I will not purchase the next delay the same way. I knew at once what he meant. No Thorne arrangement. No social rescue by profitable match. No more convenient silences. The knowledge hit me not as triumph, but as grief waiting to be named. Because I had already written my departure, I did not stay to see whether the fish was saved. Once the library emptied, and the room had fallen into that exhausted stillness which follows any disaster properly witnessed, I asked leave to withdraw. Mr. Locksley gave it at once. He did not attempt to stop me. That was kind of him, and because it was kind, I nearly hated him for it. In my room I lit both candles, though one of done, took out my trunk key, and sat for several minutes without moving. Below stairs, the house went on. It always does. Somewhere a footman would be eating cold soup in haste between errands. Mrs. Finch would be reassigning coal, candles, and blame in the same dry tone with which she assigned linen and preserves. A maid would be telling another maid that Mr. Harbury had laid down the keys with his own hand. The groom would swear it happened exactly so. By morning the village would know half of it and improve the rest. And I, the foolish center of too many lines at once, sat on the edge of the bed with my hands in my lap and tried to remember whether I had ever truly believed I might leave Brackenmere untouched. No, not untouched. Only unkept. That had been my error. I rose at last and opened the trunk. What does one pack first when one has not yet been dismissed but has already chosen departure? The sensible gown, the account case, stockings, the borrowed shawl to be folded separately and left out, because Mrs. Finch's things were not to vanish into my flight. My own notebook. The blunt little purse with which I had arrived. Each object said the same thing in its own voice. You came as labor, and must go as labor, whatever your heart has made of the interval. I had laid in 2 gowns and the account case when a knock sounded at the door. Not loud, not hesitant, only exact. I knew before I spoke. Come in. He did not. He said, Hester, through the wood. Not raising his voice, may I? Every bone in my body objected to the calm of that sentence. It was too near tenderness and too far from claim. A man who has just overturned his steward, split his aunt from her certainty, and made his household watch him answer publicly for a woman's authority, ought not to sound so measured at a bedchamber door. It was intolerable. Wes, I said. He entered and shut the door behind him, though not fully. He left it resting against the latch rather than turned into privacy. Even exhausted, even this late, even now, he would not give the house more than it already possessed. His coat was still on. He looked older than he had that morning, and more rested than he ought, which meant only that he had moved beyond fatigue into resolve. In one hand he held several folded papers. In the other, absurdly enough, my borrowed shawl. He said, You left this in the library. Did I? Yes. I took it from him and laid it on the chair. His eyes went to the open trunk, the folded gowns, the account case set ready upon the coverlet. He looked at them once, fully, and then back at me. He said so. I answered. Neither of us pretended the scene could be improved by gentleness. I had thought to be gone before breakfast. I said. That was cowardly of me. I revised it. I mean to leave after seeing Mrs. Finch and returning what is hers. No. I laughed then, because there are refusals one may accept from a man and refusals that reveal only that he has forgotten the mathematics of a woman's risk. No. He said, No, again. You will not leave Brackenmere tomorrow as if you had been found improper and politely removed. That is not what I would call it. It is what the village would call it. It will call worse if I stay.
Yes.
His mouth tightened briefly. Which is why staying must be altered before morning. I folded my arms because my hands had become unreliable. You speak as if you had the weather under your authority. He said, No. Only the house. The answer struck more deeply than a finer one might have done. He crossed to the small escritoire by the window and laid down the papers he carried. He said, I have been with the Kendall men, with Mrs. Finch, with Belle, and with my aunt. That last was almost a separate sentence. What does Lady Rowan say? That she was wrong. I stared at him. She used those words, he said, not in that order. But their meaning survived. That, from Lady Rowan, bordered on the miraculous. He unfolded the first paper and held it out. It was written in the narrow lawyerly hand of the patient Kendall gentleman, and signed at the foot by both men. I read it once, then again. A summary. Formal. Dry. Precise. It named copied repairs, concealed charitable charges, parallel memoranda, the missing Hillary Quarter book, Harbury's removal, and the necessity of immediate regularization under household witness. It also contained a sentence which made me grip the page harder than courtesy allowed. The evidentiary comparisons leading to discovery were first made by Miss Hester Vale, acting in a private professional capacity retained for a state review. My eyes went up at once. You had no right, I said. I had every right to attach my name to it. Yes. I had just finished detaching it from a false one, and now it is attached to a true one. His voice remained level. Your own. He handed me the second paper. This one was in his hand, not beautiful but clear and firm, as the best working hands are. It was addressed to suppliers, tenants, and any person handling estate charges in the weeks to come. A temporary instruction. All charitable remissions, household protections, pensions, nursing compensation, coal allowances, and cottage supports were henceforth to be entered openly and by name under Brackenmere obligation until new structure could be set. No hiding. No smoothing. No kitchen extras and fuel support where Bell and Fenwick and Dawes ought to stand. I read the lines with a strange tightness in my throat. You have done it tonight, I said softly. Wes. The house will hate you for a week. Wes. The village will call you mad. Only for a month, I hope. My laugh escaped before I could stop it. And because I had laughed, I could not at once speak. He waited. That waiting had become one of the most dangerous things about him. It made room for truth without forcing it forward. At last I said, This does not alter my leaving. He said, Wes. It does. No bah. Hester. That name again, not whispered, not cherished, simply used as though it had already earned the right to be spoken plainly by him. He said, The packet stands now without the false signature. Your work is named. Harbury cannot make you the crack through which his rod escapes. My aunt cannot bury you politely as an unfortunate regularity. And if you leave tomorrow, every soul from here to Kendal will believe I have either cast you off after using you or failed to keep you in the face of gossip. I will not permit either story. It is not only your story that matters. He said, No. Which is why I came here and not to the stable with a purse. That was cruel enough to force me to look at him properly. He continued before I could answer. You will not be sent away with thanks and money. You will not be told that your usefulness has made your presence awkward. And you will not, if I can prevent it, go back to whatever precarious invention forced you to borrow a man's name in order to be admitted where your own should have sufficed. I turned away and looked at the window, where the glass reflected candlelight more readily than the blackness beyond. Precarious invention. I repeated, that is one way to describe making a living. It is an indecent one. I beg your pardon. I faced him again. He had not moved, not nearer, not into any posture that would have made the room easier to misread, yet every line of him had sharpened with the effort of saying only what he meant and not more. What then? I asked. Do you propose? He took one breath before answering. A. First, that you remain at Brackenmere for the present under open, written, paid engagement in your own name to regularize the accounts. Re-enter the concealed charges properly, and establish a system no steward may fatten by confusion again. The room seemed very quiet. Second, that those terms be copied before breakfast, witnessed, and read aloud to Mrs. Finch and the Kendal men. Still he had not come nearer. He said, and third, and now something in his voice changed, not softened, but deepened into a steadiness I felt in my bones, that once you have had the chance to refuse the first two entirely freely, I ask whether you will marry me. Everything in me went still. Not because I had not imagined it. Because I had, and because imagination is a coward's rehearsal for being struck. He did not hurry into the silence. He said after a moment, I am aware that the timing is indefensible. Yes. I am also aware that the house, the village, and my aunt have all done their best to make the question sound like strategy rather than feeling. Yes. And I would rather be thought a fool tonight than a coward tomorrow. That did it. It was not poetry. It was worse. It was him. I put down the papers very carefully lest my hands disgrace me. Do not, I said, ask me out of scandal. I am not. Do not ask me because you have publicly chosen my side. I am not. Do not ask me because the village would find it convenient. At that, the corner of his mouth altered with something so brief and grim it scarcely deserved the name of humor. He said, "The village would prefer something far tittier than me asking a woman who has just unmade my house and improved it in the same week." A silence followed. I could hear, far off, the life of the house continuing beneath us. A door below. One step, then another. Somewhere a pan set down on stone. Brackenmere refusing, even now, to become only the stage for my heart. I said, because I had to say the hardest thing cleanly or not at all. "You do not know what it costs to be married to a woman like me." He looked at me as if the sentence itself offended him. "I know more of that than you think." "No. You know what it costs tonight. You do not know what it means in 6 months, or 3 years. Read every tenant with a grievance says your wife put ideas into the books, and every neighboring family says you married beneath prudence and above peace. You do not know what it means to have a wife who has earned money, lied for access, and cannot promise ever again to remain decorative, while a false system sits in front of her." He said, "Hester." And now there was unmistakable force in it. "I know exactly what I ask. I ask for your labor to remain named. I ask for your mind to remain at war with anything false under this roof. I ask for your voice exactly as it has been, though God knows it has made my life uncommonly difficult. And I ask not because it would quiet the house, but because nothing in it has been so plain to me as that I would rather be opposed by you daily than agreed with by any easier woman alive." I should not have loved him for that sentence. It was too severe to be comfortable and too honest to survive prettification. I loved him at once and without dignity. But love is not enough. Not for women like me. Not in houses like this. So I made myself say, "And if I refused?" His face did not change. "Then the contract remains. Your name remains on the report. Your work remains your own. And I continue to thank God in a more chastened spirit than before that you came here at all." The answer went through me cleanly because it gave me room. No pressure. No debt. No rescue disguised as devotion. That, at last, made choice possible. I sat down because my knees had become too abstract a subject to stand on. The bed creaked under me. He remained where he was. Still not nearer. Still refusing the cheap advantage of motion. "You have made this intolerably difficult," I said. "Yes. You are not sorry, no." I laughed then, and to my mortification tears came with it. Not many. Enough to make me furious and to force me to look at the floor until they could be blinked away with some shreds of self-command preserved. When I looked up again, he had taken one step toward me, and no more. "I do not want Brackenmere," I said. "Good. I do not want gratitude. You shall not have it. I do not want to be kept because I have proved useful." His voice lowered. "You will not be kept. You will be asked." There it was again. That room. I drew a breath. "Then ask me properly." He came the last distance only then, stopped before me, and because the door still stood unlatched and the house still existed outside it, he did not touch me. He simply stood there, looking down at me with all the fatigue, discipline, and impossible steadiness of him gathered into one question. He said, "Hester Val, will you remain at Brackenmere in your own name, take the work that ought already to have been offered you openly, and, if it is what you yourself desire, and not merely what is convenient to any house or village, marry me?" No woman should ever be asked so well. It leaves one nowhere to hide. "Yes," I said. The answer came quietly, firmly, as though I had known it for longer than I admitted even to myself. For 1 second he closed his eyes. Only once. Then opened them again as if he had no right to luxury even in relief. "Wes," he repeated, and I understood at once that this was not vanity, but the need of a man too controlled to trust happiness until it has survived a second hearing. "Wes," I said again, "on your dreadful terms of honesty and work and no decorative piece whatever." That brought something to his face I had not seen before. Not smile exactly, not the brief unwilling easings I had learned to prize in him. This was warmer than that and more astonished. He said, "Very well." "Very well," I repeated. "That is your answer to my acceptance." It seemed prudent not to shout. It would have been memorable. "So is this." He touched my hand then. only my hand, and even that with such care that I felt the restraint in him more sharply than I would have felt a seizure. Then, because I had said yes and because the house could no longer be allowed to dictate every form in which our truth appeared, I stood, and he bent his head, and kissed me. Not hungrily, not triumphantly, not like a man claiming what scandal had placed within reach. He kissed me as if the entire week had narrowed into that one permission, and he meant to honor its exact size. When he lifted his head, I said, "You had better not become easy now," he said. "On the contrary, I mean to become impossible in a more regular and companionable fashion." "That sounds exhausting, Wes." "Good." We stood smiling then like two people already more lost than wise. And because I was still myself and he was still himself and Brackenmere still required governing, I stepped back first and said, "Now what?" He recovered more quickly than I liked. "Now I go downstairs and tell my aunt that you are retained under written contract in your own name beginning tomorrow morning." "And the rest?" he said. "The rest? I tell her after breakfast. That is cowardly. That," he answered, his proportion. I laughed again. I could not help it. He gathered the Kendall papers and my summary from the chair, left the borrowed shawl where it was, and reached the door before pausing once more. "Hester." "Wes." "You will not pack another gown tonight." "No, you will sleep." "I shall attempt it." "And tomorrow, before any servant can improve the story, you will be in the account room with me, Mrs. Finch, and 2 witnesses while the new entries are made by name." "That," I said, "is the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me." "So I feared." He left then, and the door remained just ajar behind him. I stood in the middle of the room with the open trunk, the candles, the papers, and the knowledge of my own future altered in every proper heading at once. Not rescued. Not preserved decoratively. Counted. The next morning Brackenmere woke to truth in a hand no steward could improve. Bell was entered by name. Fenwick nurse compensation by name. Dawes pension by name. South Road widow remission by name. Parrott's old charge traced and closed honestly. Coal where it went. Broth where it went. Repairs only where stone and labor had in fact been laid. Mrs. Finch stood witness. The Kendall gentleman sanded the copies. Daniel signed. I signed. No one used Mr. Vale again. Lady Rowan came in halfway through, read 3 lines, and said only, "Your mother would have approved of the columns and disapproved of the noise." Daniel answered, "She may take what consolation she pleases from heaven." His aunt looked at him, then at me, and after a long enough silence to count as a concession in her language, she said, "Miss Vale, or whatever I ought now to call you." "Hester will do," I said. She replied, "That remains to be seen." But she sat down and read the rest, which was more than blessing and better than ease. By noon the village knew Harbury was gone. By evening it knew the Bell's chimney had been entered openly. Within 3 days the Annesley office sent a note full of injured formality and prudent distance. Within a week, Mrs. Thorne had apparently informed 3 households that, while the affair at Brackenmere had been very distressing, Mr. Locksley had at least chosen truth in a manner no one could mistake for timidity. Miss Frances sent no note at all, which made me like her more, and on the 6th morning after the dinner, that never properly occurred, Daniel found me in the account room with my sleeves rolled back and my fingers blackened by ink, looking over the first fair set of corrected household charges. He stood in the doorway and said, "Mrs. Locksley will scandalize the district if she keeps her sleeves in that state." I looked up. "She may," I said, "if Mr. Locksley continues interrupting her columns." Then he came in, shut the door only after checking the passage clear, and joined me at the table where Brackenmere, at last, had begun to count aloud.